region, you might know these guys a little bit. However, these are completely different faces than the old SNT that won a split here in the spring. This is very different now. They're a new roster, and they haven't done well recently, so we're looking to see if they can turn it around a bit.
Yeah, taking a look at one of the other teams here, we got Vendetta also coming in from Saudi Arabia. One of our 7 teams here. I like the Molten name on this guy. Apparently he's a paramedic for 7 years, so maybe he can help me a little bit with my sickness.
Maybe
as the comes along.
I thought you'd recognize him from the medical tent that we had over there.
Yeah, may have seen him over there. You know, now that I think about it.
Well,
go ahead.
Good game is our sole Iraqi team here today, so there's a lot on the line for them, a lot to prove. Really want to get through to that final day. Of course, only 8 teams make it through, so you got to be in the top half of all of that.
And I have to wonder what the pressure is. I mean, I think we kind of got the general consensus in that little bit of an interview we had that like teams are really happy to be playing like the First Land and Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Esports is such a budding scene or this region is a budding scene when it comes to esports. It's starting to see more organizations come into this.
Yeah, and one of the players here on Team Nemesis from United.
You're so fragging, but if you can't do it in game, then you know what, you're gonna struggle. And again, kills is such, kind of go back to it, such a massive important part when it comes to the new points total. And having that like raw fragging power gives you so much more control. It puts so much more fear into the eyes of your opponents. And also when it comes to dropping, like where you're gonna eventually drop down to, it might force teams to just run away. They might see your name and be like, all right, no, we're out. We're not gonna bother contesting this.
Well, I think team fighting is going to be a big part of this. I'm really curious about Nemesis, one of the 4 teams that we just saw highlighted there. They came through the regional qualifiers to get to this. They were one of 2 teams that made it here. They're known for being aggressive, so maybe they can make it work. A lot of times if you come through from one of these regional qualifiers, if you're not an established known team, you can carry that momentum.
What it comes down to, right, the confidence. If you want to just play for a later circle and pick up no kills, but then get knocked out in, let's say, 8th or 9th even. We saw before, it's very top-heavy. You're not going to win doing that, honestly. Like, unless you can be very consistent to get that every single time, you can make it into the top 8. But it does raise an interesting question about what kind of strategies each one of these teams is going to bring into the match.
See, that's what I'm curious about. You said you won't be able to win. But winning is much different than top 8, right? But I agree. Like, you want to have like a good start to a tournament. You don't want to peak too early in the tournament, but you also don't want to have a terrible start. Knowing you only have 4 matches to be played, I feel like we're going to see some very cautious play out of every single team. And especially start things off on Erangel as well. I mean, that's going to be a comfort map out of every team here.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams coming into an international stage for the first time like this, you're going to play cautious naturally. It's not that you're afraid, it's that it's unknown. You don't know what to expect, what these other teams are going to do. You don't know if maybe in the scrims you were dropping somewhere and somebody changed their mind last minute. They're like, hey, we want Pmsc now. We know you seeded it to you in the scrims, but we didn't want to give away our strategy, like where we're going to drop in the city, what kind of houses we're going to get on, what roofs we're going to take inside the city, that kind of thing.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get our first match underway here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Paper Thin and Valdez, take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, our first game will be on Erangel here. We are flying. This is a nice, easy 45-degree angled plane path for these players to work with. Starting out right over Georgia Pole, making our way down to the south of Milta Power. So a mostly fair plane path. It's going to be a little tricky to get to somewhere like Primorsk, but other than that, everybody has a pretty fair shot at where they want to go.
Yeah, it's, I feel like the game is being very relaxed for the players. You know, you were talking about potential confidence issues or playing it cautiously. Well, this allows pretty much any team to get to where they want to go. So you don't have to feel the pressure of, oh, the flight path is too far south, but we're a team that likes to go up north. What are we going to do? So I'm very curious. I feel like this is the best way to start off an entire tournament with the flight path like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes it's fun to have those crazy flight paths. They make for a much more interesting start where a lot of teams are going to compete over vehicle spawn locations and that kind of thing. You might see a splatter or a run over here or there, but most likely to start this one out, I don't expect too much action unless some teams decide to hot drop each other. There you can see on your screen. This is 46 Naya. They are set up in southern Georgia, so they have control of one of the more desirable loot spots. Now, most teams are going to think that Pmsc is the best, and we are going to get our first circle coming across southwest side of the main continent here.
Yeah, you remember that the place you said it might be hard to reach is Primorsk down there in the bottom, but now after the circle pops up, you're thinking, well, that might be a decent spot to go if we want to go reach far out. And yeah, just spreading it out here. Nobody went too far north, as we can see just yet.
Yeah, maybe somebody like FP team might
Mentioning before, a big question is how aggressive do these teams want to get? They easily could have just ran away and looked for a different place to loot, but let's see if they stand their ground.
All right, you got two members of MBZ up in the yellow houses. That is to the west of Pachinki there, so there's not going to be much action right away. Those compounds are decently far apart, so most likely you won't see too much action right away unless somebody gets really over aggressive. And indeed, FP is making their way down that southern road. I just saw this on the map. They are heading to Primorsk, so if you're kind of keeping your eye on that team, they did what I was kind of thinking they might do. They knew that nobody else was west of them on that southern side, and they are making a beeline for Primorsk right now.
Yeah, that is what is happening as the teams are spreading out. Nobody was actually going to the military base just yet after the flight path, but we do see a couple of teams are trying to get across the bridge right now, but it looks like Yala is in the best position to actually go down and loot that very valuable area in the military base. And it could even be a massive win if the circle does move down towards their spot. So I'll be taking a look at them to see if they get lucky, essentially, with the circles that come in.
Yeah, here is Divine Vendetta, not to be confused with regular Vendetta. They're quite close to each other, actually. Vendetta did drop Pachinki. Divine is over here to the west of Pachinki. They're going to load up in that UAZ, make their way on out. You can see MBZ was a little scared there. They proned because they probably heard that vehicle, potentially saw Mao, decided that that was not a situation they were real interested in getting involved in. So yeah, right now we're seeing it be pretty passive, pretty defensive. Nobody's gone and just outright bum rush somebody quite yet.
Yeah, nobody's really taking that extreme aggressive route just yet. Everybody's just spreading out here. I do wonder if the teams that are up towards Georgia Pole will butt heads here. We do have 46 as well as the Kuwait team just in north and south.
There's a couple different options. They can go around the mountain that's to the south of George, or they can try to cross that western bridge, that long bridge, and then take the western road. Now, if these teams got a read on each other in scrims or something like that, maybe 46 will try to set up a blockade of some kind. We'll see exactly what they want to do. Usually teams won't duke it out this early in competitive PUBG Mobile. You know, a lot of times we're finding many teams 12 plus into Circle 5, Circle 6, that kind of situation. But who knows in this lobby? There is a lot of unknowns here for us today. And again, really exciting to be here in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, for the first event of its kind.
Yeah, you know, we were talking with the host, actually, of the event, and he was kind of congratulating us because he was saying, hey, this is one of the first times that Saudi's putting up a big event. I do have to mention that Mao did get knocked over here, and it looks entire tournament very far away from his team, as now Majid from Divine Vendetta trying to help out and fight, but they decide they're not going to take that 3v4.
Yeah, so Divine losing Mao early looks like he was trying to be kind of their more scout role for them in this situation. A lot to get this going.
Yeah, Jason was talking about it. You really don't have too much of an opportunity to fight it and duke it out for your nation. As Yala Moving on over to the west side, you'll notice I talked about them before. They could have taken that movement over to military base. They decided against it, actually, and instead moved south, west, north of the river, and are looking to make it directly into the center of the circle. So in terms of play style, whenever we look at this map, it looks like there are about 7, 8 teams already right smack dab in the middle of this circle.
Yeah, we should talk about a couple of the teams, one of them on your screen here, making late rotations. This is GG. Good game. They keep it simple. I like the name. They're coming in just to the west of Miltover by Farm. Up to the north, you've got MEA and 6N as well, coming up by School, and MEA's up by Razak. They're taking a bit of blue damage, but of course this early on, the blue isn't that significant. Now, whoa. This circle hard shifts southeast. That means a lot of Sosnovka military base is still in play, and that makes this a very difficult decision for these teams. Do they risk it and try to go across? Does a team like NEM try to come across? Does Nemesis want to come across to Sosnovka and maybe gatekeep that bridge?
That is the real question. I was mentioning it very early on, and, well, I suppose I cast or blessed it, if you will, by saying that the military base is going to be involved in this game. But not just the base, but even just the bridge over to the base. I think north of that bridge is going to be insanely hot for the next couple of circles that do come in.
All right, you can see here, Nemesis is going to have to play blockades on the top of this bridge. There is a crate on the other side of this bridge as well. Oh, maybe to add a little incentive for a team to go over there. A lot of teams bum rushing their way near the bridge. Trying to find. This is absolutely going to be crazy. A and B up here as well. There are so many teams that are already set up around this bridge because they know at this point it's not quite a 50-50 based on the landmass that's inside of the circle for each side, which way it's going to go, but it's pretty darn close.
It really doesn't get much closer than this, Clinton, and someone will be the victor. We'll have to wait and see who was kind of set up here originally. It looks like Arab Madness in a pretty good spot. We have a Nemesis, as you were talking about, but it's about to get real dicey, and we'll have to wait and see who is going to come out on top.
Yeah, some of those other spots along the coast by Ferry Pier aren't too bad in this situation either because you can get a boat, try and get across. Now, GG, that is very, very weak. Menshar is not very healthy inside of that vehicle driving along the beach. Now, if you get more towards the water, you do have a bit more cover here, so it looks like he is going to be okay and be able to regroup with the rest of his team there. So an aggressive rotation here by GG. Saw a lot of teams near the bridge by the lighthouse and decided that the boat is the way to go.
Well, there's only so much room on the bridge. You don't want to overload the bridge and have it collapse. That would be disastrous. So if you can get to the water first and make it into a boat, you can kind of just chill out there and see if you can make it to the opposite side before any of the other teams who are trying to just shove it down the bridge.
And this is on the forest hill that is to the northeast of Ferry Pier. There are so many teams that want this location. If this circle does shift back north, this is going to be prime real estate. 46 cutting across in their vehicles right now, not really taking a ton of fire. Hazem has taken a little bit of damage. Citizen trying to get some shots in. I think he was able to land just one there, but not much doing. Fragger, he's got members of teams coming up here. He's got a lot of ammo. He's going to get the knock on to Hazem, but Fragger's going to get taken down there as well. Overextends just a little bit. Can the other members of Nemesis come up here to support him? Naya trying to cover the flanks. Salman goes down as well. So Escobar is trying to hold down the fort here for Nemesis.
And now you can see that he's kind of just going to go prone here in the house with Ghost. They lost a couple of their allies, and they were split up 2 against 2. And what a great read here by 46 Loot to notice that and take the very aggressive approach and say, hey, I'm going in. Speaking of which here, though, nice knock from very far away here from Ghost.
That was some really nice shooting there by Ghost with that DP. He is going to make 46 pay just a little bit for that push. Like you were saying, a nice push by 46, knowing that there was a 4v2 situation there. Advantage of it. They end up losing 1, so a 3 for 2, not too bad there, and they have a really good real estate location for themselves, except the circle went hard north, so we are staying on the main continent.
Yeah, that beachfront real estate going to be nice and expensive now. As good game, we were talking about them getting in the boat. They moved out way south of Pmsc even, and now they're really caught off guard here by this circle. They have to try to make it in, but they have, I think it's 2, 3, even 4 teams on their west flank that they will have to deal with before they move in. And speaking of which, it's not going too well.
Oh no, FP has found their boat, blown it up, got a couple members in transition, so GG tries to beach, does not work at all for them. They are going to potentially lose a couple members, and FP, I think rightfully so, getting aggressive on this, going to set up on top of that hill. Careful there, don't want to run your teammates over, but it looks like it's okay. Thebe, I think, realizes that there is no way, but it might be too little, too late. Vetzel and the other members of FP putting some fire down into there. Thebe is taking a little bit of damage, but actually, I think he's going to be able to get out.
It was just a mad dash. They knew they could not go back into the water. They knew they could not go west, so their vehicle nearly blows up, but at the end of the day, looks like Thebe, the only survivor, as his other 2 allies are knocked here over by the boat. And FP going to not feel the pain. They're going to make a good game feel the pain. That's what the FP does stand for. And they're going to follow it up even. They know that good game is pretty injured right now, so they could just come in and ruin their day.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just going to move along here and let the blue do its thing. MBZ script taking a bunch of damage here, but looks on a nook by the bridge to get some heals off and stay in his buggy and then potentially move along. And here is Yala. They've got a couple members looking over at the other 3 members of MBZ. They're taking a little bit of damage, but so far there isn't much other damage they are going to get there. And for now, Yala's in a pretty decent spot, of course. They kind of won the King of the Hill over here on the forest. They've got VT up to, there you can see them right there in those houses there, to their north. Otherwise, nobody's really on the northwestern part of the circle, which I think is pretty fascinating. If somebody kind of made a rotation up through there, now it's not ideal because most likely you're going to have to rotate through the fields, and that's not great. Moab trying to put some shots in. I believe that is Divine over there, and nothing really landing, but why not take the shots? It doesn't hurt you too much, and if you can get some shots in, do a little damage, reduce that utility a bit, you can get things going. Circle right in the field. This one, going to see a lot of proning. It's going to be a lot of snakes in the grass.
This kind of circle is prone to have a lot of proning for sure. As it's a lot of teams left over as well. I mean, we got 16 left. Nobody has been eliminated here. And even though a bunch of people have taken some damage, their allies have been knocked down and killed. We will have to see what they do. You were pointing at the map. There's a couple of drops here on the east side of that circle. We'll see if anyone makes an aggressive move to pick those up.
Well, and it gives you a little bit of cover in those fields over there as well, which cover in the fields, of course, is very scarce. So getting over there early, you can get that extra utility, you can get that level 3 gear, and then maybe, see if you can work your way in from there. Give yourself a slight advantage potentially, because getting dead center in a circle like this is kind of a big gamble. It can pay off very well if nobody sees you, if you can just lay there and do whatever and nobody bothers you. However, if somebody gets sightline on you, for example, there's still a hill on the northwestern part of this circle where you can see down into it, and then you're just going to get bopped and your team's not going to get any points.
You mentioned the field. Some players have taken to the rocks that do spread out along this woody area here towards the north. We'll see if the circle does go up there. Could be a little bit more fun compared to just proning out there in the wheat or the hay or whatever's growing out there in the fields.
I think it's wheat. It looks like wheat, but I'm no farmer. and I'm
Wait,
a video
really?
game. I know, surprise! Like I don't have much of an agricultural background going on here. So Yala, they had a great spot. They are now on the southern tip of this circle. So will they continue to play gatekeeper up here and just try to rack up kills? I don't think that's a terrible idea if you have confidence in your shooting and you can make that work. It's tricky, but if you're good enough, you can definitely pick up some valuable points along the way. And there you can see KWT, our Kuwait team Warrior, took some damage in transition here. They have shared a compound now with MEA, so they're able to get all four in there alive. And now we're going to try to see if they can get some grenades to come through. MEA as well, chucking some grenades up and over there. That one's going to be just a bit too far. Outlaw is close enough to the building that it's going to be tough to get a grenade to bounce on top of him. But inside of there, Outlaw does get caught by a grenade. Or is that something else? Jeez.
Yeah, that was a little bit strange. I'm not sure exactly how he got knocked down there, but Warrior also taking a bunch of...
Another member there, and that is KWT getting rolled up.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't afford to be knocked there to start you off. Once we had the one knock onto Outlaw and then another one. Speaking of which here, we actually do have a couple of guys left for dead as Bood is out there, or Abood, I guess I should call him, left out. His teammates have left him to die. We'll see if anyone does actually help him out. But yeah, getting those initial knocks is always in PUBG Mobile going to be the thing that sparks you to get aggressive.
Yeah, the good news for MEA is they've cleared out basically all the teams around them, and they've got a successful path into the northern part of the circle ahead of them, potentially, if they want to take it. There's nobody really up there. The other good news is that's one of the few parts of the circle that isn't field left. So if you can get in there, set up shop, get some more kills with that. On the high ground, it gets really dicey really fast. Yeah, you've got some smokes, but those only last so long, and then the teams are just going to keep raining down on you. They know exactly where they are, and if they're good, they're not going to let you get out of it. Scorpion playing the role of his name, living up to it here, getting in the grass, but look at this. Limbo.
Clear shot. Gonna look to knock him down. Has landed a couple of shots, but that's about it. Make it a third. And a fourth, but not quite going to pick up the knock just yet.
Yeah, Scorpion right on the backside of the circle. It's on his heels, so he has to get up and start running with basically no help. Jumping over to V8. They are trying to put some shots in through the smoke onto, I believe that is SNP over there. Not much doing there for Tiger, Divine, and SNT beating each other up. Nassar is knocked over here, but so are Dobby and Sultan. So Nassar opting to potentially go good grenade, if that is in fact a frag. Yes, it is. Many members of Nala getting taken out here.
This is 1-on-4 right now, and he's doing it all alone. He's a bunch of smokes go down, but it looks like only Marley will be left available and staying alive, but that is a massive play here on the opposite side.
Ghost absolutely doing some work between the DP and the frag grenades. Excellent job by him, the solo man, putting the nails into Yala there. Escobar as well, still good to go for Ghost. So they're the surviving two members here for those teams, and they're going to start healing up. There's only one first aid kit left for Ghost there, and he is already very weak. And Marley, the surviving member of Yala, is trying to see if he can get some revenge here onto Nemesis. Some grenades coming up and over, but that's going to be too far. Marley's a little closer than that. Nemesis boys, so Escobar and Ghost crawling. This is all you can do in these fields. This is what it makes it so hard. There's not much else going on. Ooh, some shots are going to find Ghost there. It's actually the grenade from Marley.
Marley is going to go a long way for our score overall. As we mentioned, the kill is very important in this mode.
Yep, so Circle's just going to center up now. There is nothing really but field left in this one. So you just got to try to make your way in and try to defend it as best you can as you are prone. Now you can look up and over a bit. Esco going to try to get, all he's got is
there in the field.
Yeah, you're just trying to make your own cover at this point because that's all you've got. Throw some smokes, then put some vehicles around it to give yourself room to breathe potentially. And we are getting over. Right in the center here is VT Grave, and it looks like Crom still up and running for them. He's going to need a little bit of health because he's going to be revived, and they're just going to use that smoke for now. SNP, they are over on the south side of this circle trying to just crawl their way through, see if they can pick up some kills along the way. Everybody just trying to stay low at this point, and a crate going to drop right in front of SNP, so that might give them a little room to work with. You can see there's a little bit of a hill there as well that they can crawl behind.
Some shots through the smoke for VT. I really love their position here in between all the teams. Let's see if they can lock it down as SMP trying to make a move, but they're getting knocked down here by VT.
Yeah, Crom is just trying to see if he can get a little bit lucky through the grass here. He has a decent idea, but no, he's going to get caught by a grenade from Hanky there. A very nice grenade to relieve the pressure off of SNP, and that is going to be VT going down here. Only 5 teams remain.
We talked about it before. You would love to get into that top 3, and SMP with that play have maybe secured a spot here. Let's see, as I like this little shit.
Outside of the new circle, so MEA is going to have to move outside of it. A good grenade in there is going to finish them both off. It just catches Guns there, doesn't get Syed, so he might be able to get the res, but now other teams are pushing in. Here is Arab Madness coming through now. Syed has to defend this. He's gonna get one. Can he get B52 as well? B52 pros. He is gonna find him, and Syed with the huge outplay.
This guy just carrying his team by himself. Unbelievable play. But you do have to wonder, they took a lot of casualties in that play. Can they stay alive? There's only 3 teams left. As Syed all alone, gonna look to do some caterpillar walking through the grass.
SNP has 4 members going. 46 has 2, and it's just Syed left there for MEA. So looking really nice here for SNP. Moving up, using some of that cover they have available. A little bit of those hills, some smokes coming down. Potentially could move over to that crate as well. And there's Syed on their left. Not too sure if they know exactly where Syed is. I think they have a pretty good idea of where 46 is. Trump and the other member of that team are over there. And you can see Syed trying to just use that grass as best he can. Ooh! That is nice work by Syed here. He is absolutely a one-man wrecking crew. Look at the 6 kills already for him.
Guy has just done so much. Picks up another there, or maybe just finishing him off with that TP. The guy is out of control and might just win it for his team.
Yeah, MEA already 12 kills for them. That is massive, massive, massive. This is so good for them. Okay, now we have Syed still crawling through. He might be able to get to that crate first and take advantage of that cover as the circle still kind of using some of that crate inside of it, I believe. And this is a really nice job by Syed, doing a great job, staying sneaky, finding the right moments to get those kills. 46 Master thinking about moving that vehicle up, but it is very much on fire. I don't think that's a great idea to even try to move that vehicle because one bullet into it is going to blow it up. Citizen tries to find him, but once again, Syed is outplaying everyone in this lobby.
Guy has 7 kills. He really is doing it all by himself and gets that knock. I like the split that SMP side, and finally Thanos is gonna snap his fingers and say that is enough of that and will end the life of Syed. But man, what a hero for this movie.
Incredible play by him, gets them a 3rd place finish, so a ton of
and took the win.
I mean, the real story of that round is Syed. 8 kills for his team, gets the 3rd place finish. A huge, huge round for him and MEA. That was a masterful performance in the grass there. Good job by him being patient, staying low, finding the right times to get his kills, and defending very well in that shack.
The guy obviously has skill, and we talked about it before. We want to see players distinguish themselves from the pack, and that's a great way to get us started there. Syed, he's going to be on our lips the entire night, no doubt.
All right, well, that is game number 1 in the books. And that one was pretty fun. You don't always like the field circles, but
yeah.
I don't know what we can say, honestly, about Syed there. Like, he was 1v3, took down 2 players and almost pulled off the last one in a 1v3. And 46 Loot, we're just sitting there like, all right, we're going to chill. Syed, you do all the work for us. You know what? We're not going to bother trying to contest it all early on. But right here off the bat, 46 Loot, they put themselves in a really weird position, I want to say, up against Nemesis. But it was Fragger there you saw. We talked about him. You know, he's lived up to his name. We saw how cocky he was. Seen him on camera early on. But he was the one getting overzealous. He was the one getting caught out first that put his team in such a bad position that they eventually did lose out on.
I don't feel like there's a real need to go all the way to the lip of that hill in front of the lighthouse. But 46 Loot, I like the move by them there. They recognize the 4v2 advantage, take advantage of it, and they end up with the chicken dinner after everything's said and done.
Shout out to Ghost here, by the way, from SMP, I believe. He was able to just throw in unbelievable, or no, it's Nemesis, actually, Ghost. He was able to pick up a ton of kills there for his squad, essentially alone with the grenades. We had a bit of head bashing here as these two teams, the Assassins and S&T, did go head-to-head. And we all know how this one ends. Syed coming on in, taking them all out, and he wasn't done yet.
He was 1v2 there, by the way. His teammate dropped. He was the last one alive. He pulls off the 1v2 by getting the initial 1v1, using their smoke to his advantage, then pushing into the smoke to take down the last players he saw there. Honestly, enemy Assassins, even though they didn't win the chicken dinner, this team is a team you're going to have to look out for. I bet they placed at least, or no, they should have placed first overall in points from that one match alone, and that was a phenomenal way to start things off. This was a team, as we were kind of questioning, what teams would come out the gate swinging, right? What teams would just come out looking for fights? Would teams be passive? Would they sit back and wait? They were looking for fights. They were hunting. They took down 3 teams alone. I think there was a 4th in there as well. But you can see our round ranking from our first match. Enemy Assassins only getting 10 points in placements, but 13 kills.
Yeah, SNP, we didn't get to see a lot of them on the screen, but 11 kills for them. It's going to put them a couple points of that impressive Assassins round. So that second place, those 14 points are huge there for them. 46 Loot, I want to talk about them a little bit. Their early aggression, I think, paid off, and I think what you're talking about, Jason, is really important here. We're seeing this already in this lobby. It pays to be aggressive. It pays to team fight well, and that's how 46 Loot, in part, got their win.
Yeah, we're just gonna forget about the overcooked grenade where he ended up eliminating himself.
Didn't happen.
I already forget what happened there, but
they should have lost that fight.
Ended up baiting and getting them to win, but definitely a big mistake on this stage. Maybe some nerves for these players.
They should have lost that fight, though, I want to say. Like, there was no way that they should have been able to get that pickup. You're in a 1v1. If you don't attack now, you're going to put yourself into a 1-on-2, and you're going to lose that fight generally any day of the week, unless you're Syed, and then you're going to win the 1v2, right? But that was a little bit of a mess up. Again, nerves, like, that's something we have to take into account, right? The first big event here in Saudi Arabia, probably the first time, I want to say almost all of these players are playing here on a big stage. This is their chance where they show themselves, but the nerves are getting there. We saw some people make a little bit of mistakes. Again, not to be too harsh on Fragger. But I would assume as time goes on, though, that should alleviate some pressure. They should get used to the situation a little bit more, the whole setup. But what worries me now, or doesn't worries me, if you're one of these teams that made like top 3, I almost want to say you're guaranteed through into day 2, right? Or not to day 2, every team makes it to day 2, but into day 3, into the finals. Because you only need to place top 8. As long as you just play consistent now, and you don't get knocked out in last place, that should be your ticket through to the finals.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you just need one big round, and that's enough to get you through, especially in a short format like this with 4 games. So if you're one of these teams at the bottom, it may already be time to put the pedal to the metal here, start trying to pick up kills. Divine, they might need to do that. They were one of the teams, again, that the Arabic casters were talking up to me. That one didn't really go their way so much, so looking to see if they can turn it around here and find some more success as we move over to Vikendi now.
Yeah, we are not going to have a break, guys. We are going to just slip directly into the next game after introducing some of the teams that we do have here.
That's a key point, though. The fact there is no break, right? So after game 1, you don't get to sit there and talk to your teammates and be like, all right, what did we do right? What did we do wrong? What can we possibly change up going into our second game? You don't have that opportunity now. So you have to kind of go into this one, hopefully for your sake, brush off what happened in your mind. But if you're one of those teams, if you're Emmy Assassins and you did that well in the last game, you come into this next game on fire, you should be able to steamroll your way through, ideally.
Just keep going. Just keep doing what works. That's the whole idea. Keep the momentum going. Keep that confidence up. See if you can get it going. UI here on. They are another Saudi Arabia team looking to see if they can get something going for themselves as well. It was a really fun round. I mean, we could talk so much about some of these top teams. We're going to be looking at the bottom teams coming in here to Vikendi because, like we've been saying, there's only 4 rounds. Time to get it going and get aggressive. I think that's really the name of this lobby. We've already seen it pay off.
Yeah, and you can see some dejected looks there from UI Honor. They know just as well as we do that you really only get 4 chances here. SNT also a little bit unhappy, I believe. This was the team that was knocked out there by Emmy Assassins in the little shack. They had a great setup, and as you were mentioning, Jason, 2-on-1 on Zayed, but not pulling out the clutch kill there.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys could have netted themselves so many more points, so that's going to be eating at the back of their mind for sure.
I think it was the smoke they threw down that actually kind of worked against them. If they just pushed in without a smoke, they would have had an easy sight line on the side, and then hopefully wouldn't be able to pick up those 2. But they're currently in 13th place at the moment with 3 points. They definitely need to step up here. I mean, obviously it was only 1 game, and with the way the points do work out, there's a lot of teams that only get 1 point just for participating. So there's no chance to come back. But Vikendi, you talk about Paper being aggressive here. Vikendi is definitely one of those slower maps. I've seen many a times we've had zone 6, zone 7 come up, and there was 12 to 10 teams left, and then it breaks out. Then all hell breaks loose on the icy map of Vikendi.
Yeah, there's a lot of compounds to work.
Mistaken.
GG.
Was
Good
it Team
game.
GG? Okay,
Yeah.
it was a good game. They went straight by a compound, and there was a full team in there. I want to say it was UI, and UI didn't fire off a single shot towards them. They just let them go by, and the last straggler going through had no HP as well. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a little bit of jitters, a little bit of nerves coming onto the stage.
It's hard, and we saw that at the very end with Krob there at the end against 46, and it was Trump and him. Now, one member of 46 is down. You've got a one-on-one situation. Essentially, got to go.
Yeah.
Exactly. What I find funny about that is when I was looking over 46's roster and their notes, they said that Trump is kind of their wild card. He's the one that's prone to make mistakes.
Yeah.
But he's the one who ended up getting them the chicken dinner there. So that's kind of a neat little thing to have in his cap. Maybe sometimes I know I'm this way. If when I'm playing games with my friends, if they kind of say, "Oh man, you suck, you're playing terrible," that gets me angry.
Sounds like great friends.
And I
sure
have
about
many
that
good
one.
friends. Many good friends. I have the best friends, and so when that happens to
buy
me,
these friends that you're talking about, are they
No,
can you get them
no.
at the store,
Well,
Costco or something?
maybe
Okay.
Very cheap, very cheap.
Costco
five
friends,
per dollar.
dollar store friends.
Yeah.
So no, but when they sometimes I get angry, and that makes me better. If that makes sense, if somebody calls me out, I get better personally. If somebody says that to me, then I kind of get fired up. And maybe that's what happened with Trump a bit. He's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
they called me out, I'm going to get better."
I wouldn't be surprised, It'll be interesting as the day goes along. There are some teams later on even that are calling out other teams drop Pachinki were going head-to-head. So a lot of fun rivalry stuff also going on here at the PMSC World Cup.
Yeah, and actually looking ahead to what matches have come up later on, we still have the international team, or the international group coming through with Group B, and those teams like have so much experience against each other now. Obviously, playing the PMCO Global Finals. I'm worried for some of these teams here out of MENA. Like, if they want to be able to compete against the likes of those teams, and not to discourage the region at all, we're going to need to see teams adapt. Not only from, from day 1 and 2 to day 3, but from match to match. And I think that's what we need to see here going to Vikendi. Obviously, it's going to be a very different map for them to play on. Comfort levels can be, a little bit despairing between a lot of the teams. But we need to see the ones adapt if you want to be able to get top 8. And if you want to be able to take home that trophy, you have to be able to play better in general, and you have to be able to fix things on the fly.
And you're going to have to adapt to the different maps. In this situation, we're moving from Erangel, which is a much more open map, and especially in a circle like that we had at the end, where it's just basically flat field for the most part. Of Vikendi, there really isn't much terrain like that on the map. It's a lot of hills, a lot of trees, a lot of rocks, a lot of mountains, and a lot of compounds. So you have to play a very different style. So you're going to have to adapt here.
Absolutely. And go ahead.
If I were to ask you guys, who is the team you think could take here on Vikendi? Who's the team you're pitted to really stand out and be able to defend the MENA region when it comes to the cross-play into our third and final day?
I feel like more so than any team. The members of ME Assassins as well as SMP. Some obvious choices, obviously, because they had a great game in the first map here, but it's not really about the results. It's more about the way that they played the game and how they
A lot of teams already out and making their way to their desired drop locations. Plenty of spots to work with on Vikendi. Don't have to necessarily just drop into one of the big cities. Some of the smaller loot locations are pretty acceptable as well.
Absolutely. You do want to spread out. You don't have to go very aggressive early on. Even Jason was mentioning that this is a map where we could go into phase 5, 6, and still have all 16 teams just slowly moving their way into the circle. So wouldn't be surprised if we do kind of take a back seat here to start off Vikendi.
Yeah, this one could be pretty slow, and so therefore a lot of the early game is going to be focused on the rotations, watching which teams are going to play edge, like Jason was talking about as well, which teams are going to try to play center circle. It seems like maybe this is a center circle lobby, but already we have a little bit of contention here between Divine and SNT. You can see Majid, he's got a gun, and so does Dobby, trying to get that Tommy. Do a little damage there, but no helmet for him, so he's got to be careful because you take a headshot from just about any gun, and it's bad news if you don't have a helmet. And we will see where this first circle will show itself. Let's go.
Big fan of Dobby. Oh. Whoa, what is going on? This is way down in the bottom left. I think that's about as far as it can even go there. So every team that dropped early out of the plane, they are going to be hustling to get down to the south side of this map.
Well, I said that I liked 46 because they could breach compounds. They might not even need to because they're one of the few teams that are inside of this circle. GG as well. FP over there, Yala is making their way into this circle. They've got some vehicles set up for themselves, but most of the teams are quite a bit outside of this circle. So going to have to find their way. And a couple teams that might have easy rotations into this. Vendetta over in Hot Springs has a pretty easy rotation because there's nobody in the southeast part of the circle yet. So if they get their loot and get hustling over there, they can find a vehicle. Should be pretty safe for them.
We are taking a look here at Kuwait, and this was, I think, the first team to get knocked out in our Erangel map. These guys, we talked about it before, you can't have two matches where you only get 1 point. You're essentially just knocking yourself out unless you can have a masterful performance on the following day. So I like the focus there by production saying, hey, this team, they have so much on the line. Let's take a closer look into seeing what they can do. Currently sitting around Goroka, we'll see, they're ahead of a lot of the other teams that are behind them, so not a bad start for them considering that insane circle.
I like the aggressive move early by UI to get over to the coast. A lot of teams are going to value these coastal positions because you know you're not going to have anybody at your back. You can work the edge of the circles well from there. So getting over to the coast early is a pretty good start. Plus, there's usually quite a bit of loot on the coast of Vikendi. There's quite a few spots, especially on the southwestern part of the map. And you can see SNT has now found another team. It's Nemesis this time. This is a big moment here for Nemesis. A lot of talk coming from them coming into this tournament. See if they can back it up, except Dobby, I think wisely here, is going to back off. He doesn't have a helmet yet again, so any headshot from just about any gun could spell disaster for him.
You got to be careful up there. Really not much cover on the hill. A couple of very shaky, thin trees that need to gain some weight, but that's about it, right? So they are going to turn tail and make their way down to the circle as, not much time to loot. We're definitely going to see a lot of teams coming into the first circle with not that ideal amount of gear and guns that they would like to have. So curious to see how players can adapt and make it work even from a disadvantageous position.
So I think it's funny, we talked about how we might have a bit of downtime in the early game of this one. We might actually not, because this is such a hard shifted circle. It is so severe. Only about half of the circle is land. The rest is water. So there isn't as much room to work with. So we might find ourselves getting some early battles in transition, like we can see here with Yala and 46. 46 had this nice compound all to themselves. Now Yala moved in here as well. UI is just going to bypass them, actually, but we'll see if 46 can defend that location successfully. We'll see if those two teams decide to engage each other, and yes, indeed, it's going to be Zero finding Trump. So the hero from round number 1 is not the hero here, because Hero gets him.
The hero takes out Trump, and, well, we'll have to wait and see what Master and the rest of this squad can do. But I talked about it before. You get that one knock, you got to go in. Master with the Uzi, trying to get it to be even right now. Able to fill that up with 35 bullets once again, but not the best situation here for 46 loot.
Yeah, you can see those nerves maybe playing into things a little bit. Again, he jumped when he had no bullets in his gun. Could have taken some damage, and if somebody clips his head there, that could be instant knock onto him potentially. And you can see Trump is about halfway down onto his knock. So Master is going to be the one to try to push through, see if he can get the res. Kevin is, I don't think, quite close enough to pounce on this quite yet. Yeah, he's a building over, so he's not really going to be able to get to Trump right away, but Master's just going to bypass him for now. Trump might just end up bleeding out unless he feels comfortable that the other members of 46 can cover this revive.
You'll notice that it is going to be an extremely safe revive here from Master. He waits, he thinks, hey, maybe they're going to get aggressive. And down to the last bit of it, he does have that micro Uzi, so in those close quarters, I don't blame him. He can light up a couple of guys as long as the timing is right. So I like the line of thinking that he did have, and Trump is now back up in time, and we will once again go into this 4-on-4 in the compound.
It's good patience here by 46. They've got Naya up on the compound to the northeast. That has a huge lane down in here, so he will be able to see any member of Yala that tries to cross into that building. Kevin is going to get spotted if he would have tried to push through there, so a really nice setup by 46, able to get their revive and Trump back up to full health.
Yeah, so just taking it easy here. No team is going to make a big move, but we did actually have a couple of knocks here already as members of Nemesis are being knocked down. Escobar will be the first casualty of the game.
Yeah, Salman knocked as well. 6 in, pushing in hard here. Gonna pick up 2 kills for themselves early on. 3, in fact, excuse me. They have 3 now. Fragger is the only member to survive from Nemesis. Yep. Just takes a little bit of falling damage there. Just a little bit of a fracture in the old ankles. He'll be all right. He is going to just get out of dodge, and he's pretty far away from 6N already. Now, they might have an idea of where he had gone, but for now, they are just moving through. And yeah, only 5 points right now, and 1 player left for Nemesis.
And that's some of the strategy you have to take into account. Pretty much every other team, actually every single other team, has all 4 members alive. You are never going to win a 1v4, maybe a 1-on-2 if you can split them up, but there's no reason to get aggressive if you are that last member of Nemesis. So he's going to be playing the hiding game. We'll see how long he can play that hide and seek.
All right, KWT moving into Divine's compound. Majid trying to hold the front line with the Vector. We've got Boss coming up with an SMG of his own. Majid is just going to back up off the stairs. Divine does not like their setup, so they are going to try to buy some time. See if they can get the flank onto KWT here, but Mao has taken a bit of damage himself. Warrior is holding down the corner. He's going to see Mao. Probably going to get the knock. Yes, indeed, he does. Warrior waiting around here. He is going to try to duke it out here. Divine is going to find him, though, but right away, it's going to be Daham getting knocked by Outlaw.
And poor Majid, he was the only one sticking back, and unfortunately, all of his members on the team did go down. Maybe he has one ally up in that shack with him. Looks like he does. Nasser going to keep him company, but a nice little aggressive move by Kuwait. You talked about just opening it up, going into these compounds. The better team at doing that is going to have a lot of success on Vikendi.
And I think you made a great point early on, Valdez, that KWT was a team that needed points. They didn't get any kills and only that one placement point in the first round. And here, they've already found themselves 2 kills, trying to see if Boss can find it, the angle through the corner onto Nasser, or potentially another member of Divine, but they are backing off once again as the grenades are going to start flying in, the Molotovs as well. Now inside of those buildings, those Molotovs do spread very, very thick, so it is hard to avoid them. That's what makes Molotov so great on Vikendi. You can really force teams into bad positions just like that, as Nasser is going to get taken down. It is just Majid left, taking quite a bit of damage, switching over to that Vector, but he is going to be found out, and that is Divine dusted.
Kuwait just making quick work there of Divine Vendetta. And you saw that a couple of the players were confused about where the enemies were and kind of getting caught off by awkward angles there. Just as much as attacking compounds is important, defending them is as well. And that was not the best showing there for our Divine Vendetta team. They'll have to bring it back for tomorrow when they do play their 3rd and 4th matches.
Fascinating rotation here by MEA, sending Bam out there on his own. He is in a boat. That's a little risky. Those boats are pretty flimsy and pretty easy to shoot people out of. They don't go super fast, but he looks to cover that coast, because we talked about this early. Teams really like the coast in these situations. If you look on the map, if you could look on the map, you would see there's a bunch of teams down on the coast. So he's trying to make sure that they can find a safe entrance into the circle for themselves. But look at this. Oh, ho, ho. Who is this? It's Christmas time, and SNP and MEA might find each other once again.
SMP, take a look at their positioning here. They're right on top of the hill. Well, not much of a hill, more of a mountain here. Very good spot in towards the middle of the circle. They're not going to be looking to move anytime soon, just to look to tag their enemies and see what they can see. And here we go, a couple of sprays coming out already from Citizen.
Yeah, Citizen catches a couple bullets with that M16, but not much else going to be doing for him in that shack. Now MEA is pretty aware of the Assassins moving forward with a 2-2 split of their own. So they've got SNP surrounded a little bit, but these members over here, Bam and his teammate, are a little exposed on the side of this hill, so they've got to be careful. That's why they're getting down. They're proning, because they made some noise, and some other teams might try to take advantage of that.
Taking a page out of Syed's book, perhaps, and saying, hey, we can also prone through the grass on this map. It is available. Let's take a look here at the 2nd circle, as it will come in. Just a very basic one, doesn't move all too much, just slowly there in the middle, so every team going to be in a pretty good position.
You know, that's still quite a bit of water in this circle, and south of Dino Park, there isn't a ton of stuff to work with in there, so a lot of teams on the northern side might opt to head a little bit more west, that part of the map. A little more congested with terrain and compounds that you can utilize, and MEA still holding this 2-2 split, trying to box in SMP here, but right now there isn't going to be a lot of necessity to fight unless you feel confident that you can get a pick somewhere. You can see Thanos is on his own for SMP. Maybe if you recognize that as MEA, you might go for that. Otherwise, for now, it might be a good time to just kind of wait it out.
Yeah, do not get confused, guys. We have SMP and we also have SNT. So A couple of teams with similar names here. We're taking a look at S&T right now. Up towards, it looks like the northwest side of this circle. So very much playing the outskirts of that one. And all coming up here for, I didn't actually catch.
That was Easy.
Oh.
Or Ozzy. Not sure exactly.
Yala Z-Y. Yala Ozzy.
Ozzy.
Yeah, there you go.
He actually went all the way out for that. I like it. Get that level 3 gear. Look at him. He is 3'd out. He is a happy camper. Well, he's not camping yet.
Yeah,
He's in the water.
no. Did get that gun. He's going to be feeling pretty good about that one. In the passiveness of the play right now, that's the best time to take risks like that. As it looked like one person did get knocked here.
Yeah, I think a member of S&T gunned somebody down as they were driving by. I believe it was a member of V8 there.
Yeah.
Didn't get the confirmed kill just yet. You can see they still have 0 kills, just doing a little damage on the way. A little drive-by there as the other 2 members of S&T going to group up here with their fellow Saudi Arabian members. You can see they've got GG, the Iraq team there to their south, but again, right now, I don't potentially see them really engaging each other just quite yet. This circle is closing in, so pretty soon here we're going to find our 3rd one, and that might change things up a bit.
V8 just resing it up. We talked about Nemesis. This is Fragger alone for this team, and all you can do is try to rotate very far outside the circle, try to heal up. He's got 23 bandages, so we already know what his game plan is going to be. Not a lot of fragging, mostly a lot of doctor work here as he tries to stay alive by himself.
Is it doctor work if you do it to yourself?
Yeah.
Is that...
Doctors do surgeries on themselves all the time, right?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah. Me too.
I wasn't sure if that was, like, actually what it is. I suppose,
You don't have to be a doctor, you know?
I suppose not, yeah, but I suppose it's still doctor.
True. Don't really need to be a doctor to put on a bandage, that's for sure.
Well, that's a good point. That's a really good... They are just first aid kits. There isn't anything too fancy in those. All right, well, UI, they trying to find something else they like. They're in the southeastern part of the circle, and they're just scouting a bit there, looking to see what's ahead of them and getting ready to make their move, getting the information and planning it out depending on where the circle goes. If the circle stays south, then we're going to do X. If the circle goes north, we're going to do Y. If it goes over to Dino Park, we're going to die. So, what? No, I'm just kidding. Maybe not. But that's a difficult rotation for them. It does do that, but not much different here. This is basically about the same. They sent the other 2 ahead here. You can see them. Oh no, they might run into. I don't know if they saw Vendetta here. A little bit of damage taken as they go by, but nothing significant. So they're going to be able to leapfrog ahead. And there is another team up here, 46, if they keep pushing forward. But I don't know if they will or not. We'll see.
Yeah, all you can do is try to rotate outside of there. I was taking a look once again at Nemesis, but take a look here at Master. Had eyes on UI, and UI Honor is going to get away scot-free as a lot of different pushes into that circle are taking place.
Yeah, a really aggressive rotation is going to pay off for those 2 members of UI. It's getting the other 2 members through there, and it's not easy, and that's why Khalid is swimming, because they saw a bunch of teams in the way. Now these teams know that UI is going to want to move through. We've got another fight breaking out, 6N versus MBZ. Script waiting at the door with an Uzi, but he's going to back up. Oh, there is Hunter going to be flushed out. That is going to be 6N picking up 1 kill. Ooh, Scorpion gets found by a nice grenade from Lord. So we're trading things up here, but MBZ all stuck inside of this building. 6N is on the hunt. They want to push in here, take the aggressive stance, and try to finish off MBZ. I like the idea. Nope. Coming up the stairs, he looks around. He hasn't seen anybody yet. There is one person waiting for him there. He takes a bunch of damage and is going to get the finish on the Script.
Not really much to help him out there. 4-on-2 once again. Those 2 open frags are going to make it easy work. And the MBZ Falcons here from the UAE are going to be our 15th team to be knocked out. As there hasn't been too much action, but when it does happen, the teams, they pounce very fast and they can get those opening knocks. Speaking of which, happening once again.
It's KWT. They're coming through. They're going to have to push another compound, and this is what I was talking about. If you're going to find success on Vikendi, you have to be good at pushing compounds. Use that utility you have available to you, those grenades, to success. 6N is able to keep all 4 alive in that battle. So here come, you can see the Molotov. One is outside there, so that's not going to do too much in terms of making 6N back off. And you can see Outlaw. He is trying to find an angle for this grenade himself, but he takes some damage from somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where that came from. That's going to back him off, so he isn't able to get that grenade into that top story window like he wanted to try to force 6N into a worse position.
Yeah, Outlaw has had a couple of plays where you're just scratching your head and wondering exactly what's going on. That time around, did walk over a Molotov, so will be pushed out of the compound for now. As Kamikaze going in very aggressive by himself is going to get knocked down by Lord.
Yeah, good job by Lord staying on that roof, covering the flank. That's exactly what he needed to do. Make sure their backside is clear. He has a ton of vision from up there. He can absolutely watch those angles. Now, they got to be careful, though. There are so many of them in that tight space there. One good grenade could spell their doom. There it is, up and in. Will it catch anybody? Nope, that's just a smoke, actually. That is not a frag or a Molotov. Yeah. It is a smoke, so that's going to block some angles. This could be an interesting play here by KWT.
Oh, look at this circle actually going way down southeast and keeping a large portion of the water inside of this circle. So kind of wonky ones here on our first McKendy map in terms of circles so far. I also noticed that UI had one player that was still out in the water, and the other three players were just by themselves without the one player, pushing very far into the inner circle. So
he's still swimming.
Strat. Yeah.
He's still swimming.
Yeah.
That is the Michael Phelps of this lobby. He is out there getting those laps in. Yala is in that battle with GG. Finally, this one is going to be forced to break out here because GG is outside of the circle. They are going to have to push through. That is a nice situation for V8, taking advantage of the shots they're hearing over there. They might try to get in on this fight. No. They are just going to bypass this. I think that's probably your wiser decision here. There's only two of you. See if you can get a little more center circle play for position at this point because Yala and GG are going to be beating up each other here potentially in just a second.
And SNT as well, driving on in. I'll see if they try to get in on the action or if they're just going to be a bit more passive, try to get some positioning here on this map. Still, once again, taking a look here at 6N. They're they're going in onto Warrior here. Looks like they should be able to get this knock.
He is very, very weak. He's eating blue. He's going to get taken down. Nope is coming around the corner, seeing if he can flush this. That is going to be down. That is going to be KWT taken out. A good start, but they ran into 6N and weren't able to replicate their success. Bad news for out in the blue.
Yeah, absolutely. And so KWT, kind of sad for them as they go out in 16th and then I believe in 13th, or 14th rather. So not much of a good shot there. Maybe they can bring it in for tomorrow, but not tonight. As coming on in, Yala looking for the kills. So far they have 0 on this Vikendi, but FP getting aggressive in here.
Yeah, so FP leapfrogs that Yala GG fight as well as VT, so they're going to bump heads in just a second. And now GG has pushed up. They are able to secure this house for themselves. Yala has a pretty good spread here. Marley up on the north is going to be covering, trying to make sure that they can't get the flanks up there. You can see him looking around, making sure no one's coming up and around. But right now, GG mostly up and by this house, so they're pretty clumped up so far. Haven't tried to flank out and see if they can get a different angle just yet. Circle goes away to the northwest now, and it is going to be SNT right in the dead center. 46 still holding a compound for themselves. Haven't seen much out of them, but they started out right in the center of this circle, and they're able to continue to hold their position quite well.
Yala up against GG, the ever-developing battle here, as they've even got players outside the walls just trying to provide some backup. But here comes Steve thinking about an aggressive run in, hearing what he can hear, but a Molotov is going to put a stop to that for now.
Well, what's funny about this fight is it looked like this one was going to happen relatively quickly, but with this hard shift to the west, they can still kind of play it slow, take their time. No one needs to get overly aggressive, potentially make a mistake and get caught out. AM, they are moving north of SNT, so they've got themselves a little bit of a crater up on top of this mountain that they can use. Get a lot of information from up here. You can see quite a bit of this circle, and you've also got quite a bit of terrain to work with to use as cover.
It's a fantastic position if you can hold it here, and so far, I mean, nobody's going to be that aggressive to try to take it from them just yet, but it can lock you down if the circle is very unforgiving and it goes, let's say all the way south. Then you're kind of screwed because you're running down a mountain into enemy lines, so I wouldn't call it a gamble, but it's kind of a risk that they calculated risk in their minds. As some shooting going down here, it looks like Hanky from SMP, left alone there, will be taken out.
All right, so SNP at 46 might be fighting each other once again. Find out if that one will continue to rage on, as Hanky was kind of on his own, bit spread out from the other members. VT rolling up on MEA. See what they've got in the tank this time, if they can defend this push, or if this is going to be VT's time to shine. Moha's got that UMPs. He's coming up the stairs. He did not check that bathroom. There you go. Now he's putting some shots through. Seeing if he can find the members of MEA that are up on top. Smokes are coming through. I think that was a frag grenade there to try to back off VT. A great Molotov up on that roof. Completely blocks in VT. They can't get up and over there. They have to wait for that to go. Now they're moving through again. Now that Molotov is gone, Syed is over there. You can see him on the backside of Kaito in the front. And over to FP versus UI now.
Take a look at that circle. Arab Madness, they're feeling pretty good about that one. It's very close to them, so they can mix up their position. The Mountain, of course, going to have many other places to hide and seek and be good and stay alive, as entering the compound now is GG, but Yala holding it down for now.
Yeah, Yala's taking quite a bit of damage, and it's going to be Zero who does get knocked here. One member of GG is very, very hurt. AZ might try to pop around this corner with this Uzi, see if he can pick up two members. They're right in the corner. It is going to be both of them found out and down. GG 2 down. Zako trying to hold the stairs. He has to back up. The blue is here as well. So AZ and the others trying to push up through the stairs. That is going to be one down. Can he hold off this final member that is trying to get through? Zako is very, very weak, going for the heals because now Yala is going for the revive.
I like the safe play from Yala. Just try to back it up as things were getting out of control in this compound. Zico now, the only one left alone, doesn't really have a kill just yet. Finally picks up one. But can he make it happen 1v2 or even 1v3 if the reses do get off here? That is the question about how much risk he wants to take. Do you go now, or do you wait and try to catch them off guard?
All right, Master trying a grenade and not succeeding. He's got an AUG, which means they found a crate somewhere along the way. So a little bit of extra utility available. We always talk about that. That's so important. Moha's got a good angle, and he is going to find one member at his Crom there. But Master has found somebody. Naya's just pushing through here, absolutely doing work with that AK, but he's out of bullets, and he is going to get knocked himself. Grave going down. So it is going to be 46. That is able to hold through. They've got two members knocked. Let's see if they can get them up, because we are going to wait on that and go over to MEA Vendetta. You can see confirmed they are down.
As you guys can see, well, another fight coming out here. MEA having a lot of trouble. V8 trying to make it happen. Tiger not quite able to get that kill. It looks like he does get it on the backside.
Oh, sorry, I didn't think he was going to get that, but somehow he does. He has no health. He is holding on by a thread. Bam, trying to come up and through. 6ND, they have found Arab Madness. It is M7 down and another member down, so B52 is going to drive in that U as and pray he can make it out. He is taking a bunch of damage. There are other teams in front of him as well. He is able to stop up, though, just before that US gets smoked. He's going to be able to find time to get that first aid.
Pretty huge for him. He is, I believe, the only person left alive. There's one guy who's knocked, but if you could just hole up in a shack and out, improve your position by 3, 4, even 5 teams, that would be ideal. But let's take a look at this next circle. Where is it going to head? Over to the northeast location.
Yeah, no man's land over there. Not really any compounds to work with, so that's going to be an interesting situation. It's going to be fast and furious, but that is going to be the members of Arab Madness found out and taken down. They are going out in 9th place, so a couple more kills going the way of 46. They've got 6 already, so they're already building on that success they had in the first game. Oh, that's a really nice situation for them. They were granted a good circle, but good teams take advantage of good circles and get the points they can.
Exactly, and that differentiation we were talking about between some of the teams, who is going to be the top of the table here for the MENA teams. We're beginning to get some answers to that as we see a couple of teams showing their faces twice in a row. Taking a look at 6N, they have taken the mountain for now, but Waleed trying to lay down some fire.
Right, we've seen 6N do a good job defending their positions. They've got Lord up ahead in a 1-3 split. He's going to be the front man, getting the recon inside of the circle and securing that location for them as the other 3 members are going to try to make their way over. Yala, 2 members left after that battle between them and GG. Now, GG did back off. They sent 1 member out on his own, try to pick up some placement points. SNT, still 4 strong. They were center of the circle. Now the center left them just a bit. Going to see how they want to set up into this next situation in front of them, as 46 is in front of them as well. You can see Zigurt is up on that hill, and he's got a pretty nice little vantage point up there. If he kind of creeps forward, and maybe he'll be able to spot out 46. Not too sure exactly how much vision he's going to be able to get. And here goes Yala, making their way around, and UI is out here. This is the guy who is swimming. This is our Michael Phelps, and finally he's out of the water, back on land. Let's see if he can get something done.
Looks like not just yet, but they have locked down Yala here. The first knock is going to come in for this team as UI catching them off guard here. But now Naya from a different location going to pick up a couple of knocks himself.
All right, Naya is putting some serious damage in. That is going to be UI down and out. Really nice job by 46 once again. Hearing the fight over there, immediately pouncing on top of it and picking themselves up some more big kills. That is 9 total. SMP has gone down in the back of this. So our second place team from last round going out in 6th place this time.
Ooh, circle right there on top of 2 teams in the Northwest. As fighting has broken out here, Dobby, he's got eyes on 6N, but they've got a little bit of work to make it into the circle. Onto the bottom of this hill, so it's not so bad, but Dami going to start them off well here for 6N.
Yeah, Zigurt is going to go down in the middle of this circle, tried to make his way up, and so 6N, I believe it was 6N, somebody found him as he tried to get the forward position for SNT, but pays the price for it. That's what makes it different. Yala is going down there as well. So 6N with 17 big kills. They have been just absolutely tearing teams apart. Saw them do it to KWT and some others. So let's see if they can finish this one strong. 4 members up for them. 4 members up for 46. Ooh, Naya's going to get out-dueled by Sultan with that AK. Let's see if they can get that revive going. But they got to be careful. They're all grouped up there. If somebody could get a good grenade up and over, they might be able to take him down. Not sure if Sultan has one. He's got a molly, though, so that's going to come through. Maybe make this a little more difficult for them.
Not really going to do the damage he was looking for, but will at least do some zone control. The circle now pushing on in. SNT, awkward spot. They do have to push in against 2-3 teams that are trying to lock them down. As, wow, we still have good game in here. It is only Minshar by himself, just slowly trying to prone on up into the circle.
All right, Nope's got a barrel trying to come down the hill and an M4 in his hands. There is a lot of smoke coming out now as these teams, like I said, there isn't a lot of compounds or anything like that in here. So to make your rotations, you got to get some smoke down, try to push on through those. Die, trying to hold down an angle here, but it is going to be Nope, who is found out by Dobby. Nice shooting there with that M16. He's going to push himself out because of, I think there was a grenade that came in there, and that is going to be him down. So this has been an amazing round for 6N, but they are 1 down, and Die is out in the blue taking some damage there. He's going to push on forward. 46 got some cover to work with. Trump's putting some shots in, but he's going to get caught from behind.
It's only Master left available. They have 10 kills total, but take a look at this. 6N with 19. Even if they go down here, it's not the end of the world just because of how many kills they have picked up. As SNT, in contrast, 1 kill for this team. Able to get a knock here, but Waleed in a lot of trouble.
Oh my god, 20 kills here for 6N. This is an absolutely monster round. Finally, Dami goes down here. Master trying to hold down this angle, but he is going to get taken out himself. So 6N is going to go out, and they tried their best. So does 4-6, 4th and 3rd place, respectively, for them. It looks like this could be it for Menshar. He is surrounded on 2 different angles by Sultan. Gonna have to try to outduel him. Is gonna go for this first aid kit. Waleed is knocked here for SNT, so it's actually a 1v1.
Shout out to Minshar, who made it happen by himself, taking some shots now onto Sultan. And moving forward into the smoke, Sultan is going to take him out. And that is going to be the win now, going over to SNT.
All right, well, that is a nice game. Only 4 kills for SNT in that one. But overall, you play the position well, you get those 20 points. That's a big deal. GG, good game, not only in the literal sense, but that is also their team name. Only 3 kills, but somehow Menshar is able to sneak out that second place for them. But the real story of that one, 6N, that is madness. 10 kills for Lord.
10 kills for Lord, and I believe it was, let me add this up here, 22 kills total for 6N rather. This team has just catapulted themselves into the upper echelons of this group, Jason.
Yeah, they have done phenomenally. 6N TOs watched them for a decent part of the map, or for that match, and they took down so many teams. Not only did they show they could crash compounds and take them away from teams, they can then defend against other teams as well. And that's obviously with McKenny a very important aspect of how that map is going to go. And yeah, they didn't win the entire match. They didn't get home the chicken dinner, but you know what? They got 20 loading kills, which is a chicken dinner. So I think we can just gift them that one.
That's bananas. That is so good. Any team that can put double-digit kills is great.
Yeah.
Double-digit kills is amazing. 20 kills for them. That's just madness there. And they're doing it in different ways, defending and offense. So this is a well-rounded team that's just put up a masterful performance.
Let me ask you something, Valdez, here real quick. Do you think that they're going to be frustrated they didn't win the chicken dinner after getting 20 kills like that?
I think there's a little bit of pride that does go into that, but at the end of the day, if they just take a step back, they have to know, like, hey, we dominated pretty much any other team, and yeah, we left some points on the table, but that just, even that one game is the star performance you need to make it into day 3, so if I were them, you know, just kind of put my sail up and begin to sail along and not lose too badly tomorrow, and I feel like they should be pretty happy.
Just crazy. Just good stuff. 46 once again being very impressive. They were granted a pretty nice favorable circle early on. Later on, they did have to make some moves.
You have a good showing, and that's pretty much all you have to do. Obviously, day 3 is going to be an entirely different story when they do go up against those international teams. So you just want to get that spot and see what you can do, but it's not going to be easy for any of these teams that do make it.
I think it's also important to kind of look at how they're going to perform in day 3 with the opportunity to sit and watch Group B play, maybe analyze how they're going to be going about things. But you know what? I think that's enough from us here on the desk. Let's head down to the stage for an interview with our winning team.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Team 46 Loot, winning first place so far as they are there leading in Group A, the MENA group. So we're going to ask them right now, how does it feel to be first place of Group A? فشنو إحساسكم كونكم الآن في الصدارة في Group A؟ جروب متحمسين؟ متحمسين جدا. ممتاز، نروح حق العضو الثاني، شنو إحساسك في الصدارة؟
الحمد لله كان حلمنا نشارك بهالبطولة وإحساس كثير جميل إنه بأول يوم نكون بأول مركز شعور كثير جميل.
So far they're excited and they feel beautiful being right now leading in Group A. ما هو إحساسك? How do you feel?
الحمد لله إحساس بجنن. الحمد لله ادانا أداء حلو ورفعنا راس بلدنا.
Beautiful right now. They feel so proud for pretty much making it in first place. Of course, last member. How do you feel?
We feel very happy to be here. It's a wonderful event and nothing else.
Beautiful words right here with a team of 46 Loot. Okay, now, we're going to ask them another question. Did they feel lucky about their zones and rotations? فشنو إحساسك هل كنتم محظوظين بالزونز والروتيشنز؟
كنا محظوظين بالزون في كذا زون وروتيشن ما كانتش كتير كويسة. كان في باد روتيشن كتير.
So far, they feel lucky about the zones, but not too much about their rotations. All that happening here with right now the first team leading in the first place of Group A, MENA. This is it so far, and now we're going to be soon enough preparing for the Group B with the international team. Stay tuned. It's going to get crazy right here. PUBG Mobile Star Challenge World Cup 2019 Riyadh.
كبر وسمعهم صوتك.
PUBG Mobile Star Challenge World Cup in Riyadh. A 3 days battle royale fighting for $300,000. The most powerful teams are coming to Riyadh. 16 MENA teams and 16 international teams. 2 days of group stage. Top 8 teams of each group will proceed to the finals, with 5 fierce final matches on the last day. Who will be the champion to win the Golden Helmet Trophy? And more. Enjoy the finale show with world-class DJ Alan Walker. December 12th to 14th, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge World Cup in Riyadh.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge World Cup 2019. We've had Group A be done and dusted with for today as they get to leave the venue, or more importantly, they should be sticking around to watch what's going to be happening in Group B. Jason Kaplan, Paper Thin Valdez, looking as chipper as ever. How you doing, man?
I'm very good.
We know how he's doing. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. That was actually pretty fun. I mean, we got to see some awesome plays in there. We got to see a lot of, good solo plays from Syed and that kind of thing. We got to see 6N absolutely wreck a lobby beyond belief. So now I'm excited to move over to the international teams because we have got a lot of good teams coming in here.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the teams here from Mino for me was that, it's relatively new here in Saudi Arabia. First time they're doing a big event like this. So guys had to show up and show their stuff because a lot of the teams we actually didn't really know that well. So they have shown a lot. We have learned a lot. Some new names from all these different teams. But now we're moving over to the international teams, and there's only 16. So these are going to be more names that you are used to seeing a lot in PUBG Mobile. The guys that you have seen on stage that are not going to be nervous, and they know exactly what they want to do to take the win here tonight.
By the way, Paper, I think we did figure out there is a smoke screen somewhere over there because you just got hit by a wave of smoke coming through in that one. We're wondering, where does this keep coming from? But in the meantime, let's take a look, though, more importantly at Group B and see what teams will be participating over the course of these 3 days. And like we said, there are so many teams in there. It's hard to pick one, but I think we have to start talking about Top Esports, the runner-up for the PMCO Global Finals for fall.
Yeah, of course. I mean, now, second place, nothing to sneeze at all. I mean, of course, Bigatron put up that unreal performance there.
Do you sneeze at things as like a sign of disrespect? Like, how dare you?
How dare you get second place? Come on. No, really, an excellent team. Really excited to see how they perform. I mean, they got to be the favorites going into this. They absolutely have to be the favorites. So, really excited to see what they've got.
I mean, that's the most obvious team you see there, for sure, if you've been following the last couple of tournaments. But definitely a lot of other big names that we have seen, even RRQ Athena last year, picking up a bunch of wins. Cloud9, our only American representative here in the matchup. 16 teams, and we also have Elementrix, which has one of the best named players that we do have here, where we're actually allowed to say it on camera. Poo Man is coming on in for the team, and
I feel like
to see what he's going to bring to the table.
I feel like our in-game observers are being told do not spectate him, so no one can talk about him. I mean, we do have a couple of rosters, though, to be fair, that have a couple of different setups for the team. Cloud9 Zute's coming in instead of Perkasas. You have Top Esports as well, putting Love in, I believe it is, instead of Years. So a little bit of switch up in some rosters, but you know what? You don't need to hear more from us. Let's hear from the teams as well as their thoughts coming into this tournament.
感觉还是很新鲜的，因为毕竟是国际赛事，可以跟更多国外的选手进行一些技术上的交流。我觉得在国内来说，我们也算是一支强队了，所以要把我们的战术以及我们的东西打出来，展现给世界的所有人看。
Our team is Cloud9. Our team strengths are we play very smart and tactical, and we can't wait to play against all the other best teams in the world, and we know we're going to do well.
สวัสดีครับพวกเราทีม RQ Athena ครับคิดว่าทีมอื่นเขาน่าจะคิดว่าทีมเราเป็นทีมที่น่ากลัวระดับหนึ่งครับอยากฝากถึงผู้แข่งขันทุกคนด้วยนะครับก็อย่าประมาททีมพวกเราทีม RQ Athena นะครับ
私たちは優勝しに来ました ARW が強すぎて決勝に進出できなくてもがっかりしないでください
Khi team mình vào vòng chung kết thì mình cũng muốn nhắc nhở cho đối với những đối thủ khác 15 đối thủ còn lại là hãy cẩn thận khi gặp Box Gaming. Team Box Gaming thì đã có một sự chuẩn bị trước khi tham dự giải đấu này và team mình sẽ quyết tâm là để giành được những cái vị trí cao nhất ở tại giải đấu này.
EG EGC라는 약자는 EG 게임 치킨이라는 뜻을 가지고 있습니다. 많은 팀들이 강력하다고 선정을 했는데 솔직히 우리가 그냥 압도적으로 1등 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Of course kami berasa sangat happy mendapat peluang ini dan kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk tim Malaysia. I want to say good luck to other team.
Быть первым победителем – это очень важно для всех. Победитель в PUBG определяется последним выжившим. Я буду играть умно, чтобы стать этим последним выжившим.
Well, there you go. You heard from quite a few of the teams there talking about their confidence coming into this. And I have to say, that glass is overflowing with confidence from so many of these teams. RRQ, Athena, the first team I kind of wanted to talk about as you see Top Esports on your screen now. They placed 7th at the PMCO Global Finals for Fall. They were a team who were massively disappointed with their individual performance, but they seem to still feel like they're the scariest team out there.
Well, I think historically speaking, they've had quite a bit of success, as has a lot of teams in SEA and especially Thailand. I mean, early on in the history of PUBG Mobile Esports, it was Thailand that seemed to be one of the strongest regions, and they're looking to kind of reclaim that throne. I know I got some of my Thai caster buddies watching. Give a shout out to them. They're the best. Miss you guys, and we'll see if Athena can pick it up this time around.
Honestly, I feel like the confidence from RRQ at least is to be, granted, like they are such a good team overall, even though their recent results aren't necessarily showing that exactly. It's, I feel like this side of the bracket is much more competitive, if I have to be perfectly honest, especially with all these amazing international teams at the top of the totem pole here. As we're also taking a look here at Team Unique.
Yeah, Old Boy, unfortunately, we got to talk to them before the PMCO Global Finals, and they were feeling confident. They feel like they had 2 big fraggers. Old Boy was one of the top fraggers when it came to the spring split. They just weren't able to hit that stride, though, unfortunately. They had some really rough games. They weren't able to really play, I guess, the way they wanted to, and hopefully over the course of today, they've been able to take, what they've learned just a few weeks back in Malaysia and can incorporate it into their own gameplay here.
Yeah, kind of the undisputed best team in Europe, so looking to kind of set the stage for the European teams here, see if they can get something going for them. And I'm really excited to see. I mean, half the teams in this lobby were just competing in the fall split finals, in the grand finals, and some of them were in the prelims. So this is a stacked lobby.
And considering you have Top Esports be the number 2 team from PMCO, they were a team that started very slow. Initial game, they had a good start. I think they finished 2nd in their very first match of the Global Finals, but then they disappeared off the map over the course of day 1 and even day 2. In day 3, they started to really fight back. Them and RRQ Athena are, I think, a couple of the teams that can really grind out some matches and really accumulate a ton of points over the course of a couple of matches. But there's only 4 for these teams we have to keep in mind. We could see some massive upsets. If you start slow in a tournament, typically, you might not make it into that final day.
Yeah, definitely. Like we've been saying, you want to come in hot, and we saw a couple teams do that early on. In our first 2 games, and the second 2 games are getting ready.
All right, well, speaking of the second 2 games, we have our first one kicking off of Group B. It's International Group, and we're heading to Erangel once again. Valdez and Paper Thin, take it away, boys.
All right, here we go. Group B time. Only 2 more games left to go. Once again, 1 more Erangel, and then a Vikendi coming at you. So this playing path, a little less forgiving than the first one we saw today. This one's going to be more northerly based. We're starting out over Lipovka, heading over Razak, ended up over Georgiapol. So once again, if you want to go south, and again, Primorsk, going to be a little bit more tricky to get to. Otherwise, a lot of the northern part of the map very much in play, of course. So keep an eye on what teams want to do here, as this one is bound to be a very, very tough fought map.
Yeah, it doesn't really get more competitive than this. We have brought all the national teams out here from many different regions coming in here, 16 of the best. So very excited. We talked a lot about the favorites, RRQ, Athene Sports, very obvious choices, but how about some underdogs that you think might have a chance? I mean, Box Gaming was coming into the interview, and they were just right from the get-go calling people out and saying, hey, you better be careful of Box Gaming. If you run into us, you are going to die. You think they have any chance in this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, SEA teams are generally pretty good. Oh, we're going to find ourselves a run over. That is going to be, for sure, our first kill. Hijira of Evos, our Indonesia team, of course, trying to see if they can replicate the success of Bigatron from the fall split finals. And he is going to find himself a run-over kill to start this one off.
Great start here as the circle way over towards the west. This time around, you'll notice that it's similar to the one that we had in game one of the entire day, but it's even more west and has more water on top of it and less of the military base. So again, we saw the MENA teams coming in here, the Middle Eastern, North African teams coming in, getting pretty aggressive on Erangel. I'm curious to see what these international teams will do and how they'll mix it up coming into this kind of circle.
Yes, you can see Box, that team you were just talking about, Valdez, they are splitting Yasnaya with ETG. This is the Korean team who got 15th at the PMCO Fall Split Finals. And there, of course, Korea is a region when you say esports, you think Korea immediately. That's the first country you think of, the country where it all started and where you and I actually reside, Valdez. So we of course might have a little bit
bias
of bias much. Yes, thank you, Jason. So looking to see what they've got in the tank. Another team I'm looking for from that area is, of course, ARW, the all rejection team, which I find that name to be quite fascinating.
All rejection, and then you would think, okay, what is the W? Or maybe it's going to be ARG.
Yeah.
No, it's AR Gaming Wisteria.
Wisteria.
And then it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. Not what I was expecting.
It's a mouthful to be sure. It's hard to say, but that whole region, of course, there's between them, Japan, Korea, and China, there's a big rivalry there, right? That's something we should be talking about now with all these international teams. We don't have two teams from the same country here. Everybody is from a different country, so there's a lot of international pride at stake. Of course, the prize pool as well. So I kind of want to see if maybe some of those, Eastern Asia teams duke things out.
That is going to be a big question here, as beside going all the way over to this east side, the bridge looking to head south as we do see. It looks like he's all alone. He's extremely low on health, and it didn't look like he had any meds or anything like that, so a bit of a rough start there.
Yeah, it looks like he might have taken some damage trying to get across that bridge, and it looked like a member of AR was going to try to get out there to maybe try to put some more damage into him, but they weren't able to quite catch up, so should be safe and sound, able to regroup with his team over at the military base. The other three already down there. It's going to be able to bring that UAS in. A little extra vehicle help as well, because of course you want to have those late game, build those vehicle barricades, get yourself some cover. That's the so important part of some of that mid to late game situations when you don't necessarily get a circle going your way and you need cover to build for yourself.
Absolutely, as we are taking a look here at, actually a little bit hard for me to see. No rage, okay, NR, in the lowercase. And just riding on up this hill here, looking to make it into the east side of the circle as we speak.
Yeah, they lost that member early on. They were the ones that had the unfortunate member get caught out there, so it is going to be an uphill battle for them, of course, with only 3 out of the 4. You always want to have all of them if you can, but sometimes things just don't go your way. You both try to go for a vehicle early on. Whoever gets them first has a really good chance of running the other person over, or they could try to get in the vehicle, but that's not a great idea as well, because the other person could just take off with you inside of it, keep your speed up, get somewhere to meet with the rest of your team who's already gotten guns, and then you're in trouble.
Got to be extremely careful about that. Just want to take a moment. You have the map on the screen to see exactly where some of these teams we mentioned are heading. Top Esports right in the middle here. You guys can see their team number 1 in the blue. We had Evos way out east, actually. And so they're going to be taking a little bit longer to get back into this one. We are taking a look here at Goskilla now, hailing from Kazakhstan, actually. So a lot of representation from around the world here. We'll see if they can do a good job.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of the underdogs here, for sure. Keeping our eyes on them, seeing if they can maybe pull off some upsets here today, find themselves into that final day when we kind of reset everything, get the two groups matched together, and see how they fare against one another. And Unique and Kitsune is just going to back up here, try and keep that UAS safe. You're trying to find a position with that UAS to keep it so enemies can't shoot out the tires and basically make that vehicle worthless. Once those tires are gone, it becomes a very difficult vehicle to drive. It's also slower. So things become pretty tricky in that situation. And just gonna loot up for now. The circle is starting to close in, so a lot of teams that are outside of the circle are making their rotations a lot. Nobody in Yasnaya decided to fight. That's pretty typical. Yasnaya, you could split that up into 2, sometimes even 3, in terms of fair loot between the teams. And they didn't opt to duke it out, which is, I think, pretty typical. Early on, you're trying to get into that late game scenario with everybody up if possible. Now, the nice thing about military base, EGC, you have nobody there. The sucky thing about military base is if you try to cross the bridge, sometimes people will wait for you and blow you up as you go. So let's see if they can make their way safely over to the main continent.
Yeah, seeing that as a Korean team, their name is Easy Game Chicken, as the EGC does shorten to there. As, I feel like they're a team that's not going to go guns blazing into the center of the circle, whereas Top Esports could be a team that does do that. They're going to take their time. They're going to loot up one of the best places on the entire map and slowly make their way in and only take fights that are advantageous for them. So, not really worried about their position just yet. We're taking a look here at Poo Man. Definitely one of the most unique names that we do have here.
You were just waiting for it.
Yeah.
He might not last too long. Zute's got a bit of an angle. Wasn't able to land any shots. Trying to come up and over the hill. See if he can catch a little bit of damage into Poo Man. But Poo Man is quick on the draw here. Going to get away it up and over that hill. Find himself a little bit of safety on the backside. With that buggy, you can kind of drive. The buggy's got a bit of friction on the tires, so you can drive pretty well off-road. And there you can see Box, who left Yasnaya. This time they're heading to the south of school, so they're going to be okay. Pretty safe transition along the side of this hill. There's quite a bit of cover to utilize, a lot of trees and other things, so you're pretty safe making this, coming through this way.
They have a couple of teams behind them, but that is just about it. And we all know that it's good to get into the circle and just look behind and try to gatekeep a little bit there. We did have another knock, as he does get taken out there. Lapis from ARW is going to be the first player dead from that Japanese squad.
All right, well, that is going to be one down. Not the start they wanted. EVOS, another team definitely got to keep our eye on. Another big name in PUBG Mobile Esports. They are coming through, and there is your second circle. Just going to kind of center up more or less here on the top of Gatka. Not much going on in terms of this one. A few teams might have to leave from the south and a few from the southeast there as well. EX probably going to make their way in a bit. But overall, I don't expect to see too much going on inside of this circle. Maybe somebody on the southeast side might bump heads a little bit on the southwest part of Pachinki there. But right now, okay. So those two are kind of close, but this isn't necessarily, anything that could pop off right away. I mean, Unique, they do have a bit of an angle down on top of this from the roof. They're already set up there. You can see members of TES Tops trying to get on top of the roof themselves, having a little bit of trouble making that one go. It's a bit of a tricky jump.
Yeah, you can't be right up against the wall. You have to try to jump prior to it. So you can see that is what he is setting up here. It's not very successful so far. I wonder how many times. There we go. Nicely done. As Love is going to give some love to that building and just hold the top there in the middle of Gatka. Great positioning for Top Esports.
Yep. Utilize the tops of those roofs. You got to be careful. You got to watch your backside. But if you know kind of what's going on behind you, you can get on top of those, get tons of information, put some shots in other teams. And it's a really, really smart thing to be doing, especially when you're dead center of the circle, like Tops is. Looks like they're going to be opting to play that kind of position. A little bit of a car compound here set up by Team Queso. As, RRQ Athena might have been thinking something similar. They might come over this hill, run right into them. They turn just to the last second, take a little bit of damage. So this one is not going to be a battle. Let's see if Hijira finds some damage with that DP, but he looks like he's just a bit behind.
Yeah, just a little bit there. Nicely done, just protecting the compound, as now we did have Orange in a little bit of trouble. TQ, you'll notice that these teams are not scared to take shots. They know how good it is to pick up kills. As we should mention again, 1 point per kill and 20 points for first place. So we actually did have a team earlier on today get 20 kills, or 22 kills even, and essentially eclipse the team that got first. So the kills are big, and all these teams so far are out here, guns blazing.
Yeah, and at this point on this map, teams kind of know where the good spots are, right? Team Queso has taken a spot that is very valuable inside of this circle. It's pretty easy to defend. Again, you can see a lot of what's around you. So you're just going to shoot at stuff because people know you're there. People just kind of have an idea. Now, the reason RQ rolled up there was they were hoping they could be the first ones there. They weren't. At that point, the jig is up there for Team Queso, so you might as well just start putting shots into stuff.
Curious to see exactly where EGC goes, our Korean team. They're heading directly up from the south here on a straight path towards Gatka so far, but as you guys can see, some compounds and some hills in the way, so not going to get out of hand with how aggressive they are. Bear still pretty far back there.
Yeah, but again, the circle is going to be moving in just a second. Right now, you can see it's pretty eastern heavy just because, of course, this circle is west, so most teams have to come in from the east, and you don't want to risk traversing some of parts of this terrain, and oh my, now we're going back east, so this is pretty nice here for a couple of these teams. Like, Top's still in it, of course, and then a few others in the middle there as well, like the Kazakhstan team, Goskilla. They're right almost dead center, but there's, again, a lot of field in these circles.
It as well. It kind of looked like China and Korea were on a collision course there, as Top Esports was coming from the west and Korea from the south. But we're taking a look here at Goskilla once again from Kazakhstan. Pretty happy with their position. It's right in the center of this circle, so they're not going to be moving anytime soon.
Yep, Red Canids putting some shots at Team Queso and C9 as well, putting some damage in there. So trying to see if they can punish Queso for making this rotation, but they are going to find the north end, what I like to call the chopsticks. When I first looked at the map, I thought these might be airport runway strips.
Yeah.
But they're not. They're just like, drainage ditches. That's my story about that.
It's good cover, right? I mean, they're going to set it up and even get cars in position to just cover their backs so they can sit in that little ditch there and control a pretty good spot here on the map.
And if you're really confident in your shooting abilities, you can fan out down the entire line of those chopsticks and cover a ton of ground, get some information. Pretty easy to defend because your head is never going to pop up unless you want it to. So it's a pretty safe way to cover a lot of ground and keep teams from rotating across you, or at least if they do, you kind of have a good idea of where they're going.
Taking another look here at No Rage, it looks like they have some eyes there on Team Box Gaming. And, well, Lewis coming on in here. He's going to drive north, so the other two allies just going to stick around here for now and not move too much. It looks like they want to get some kind of surround as the first grenade is going to come in and pick up a kill.
I wonder how much Box realizes they have No Rage completely blocked in here. No Rage is surrounded on all sides, and exactly why. They've got smokes coming up. They need to defend this position. Look at this, another knock already. Loki trying to come around the corner with the M16. See if he can finish off Helios. A little bit more damage, and now Box knows that this is real bad here for No Rage. A lot of damage coming through. The grenades are in there, and in fact, that is going to be No Rage down.
Taken out here as our first team eliminated, unfortunately, as they were from Germany, so pour one out there for your boys from Germany. But we'll take a look. I mean, you'll notice that even though we are here in a third circle, we haven't really had too many teams going out just yet. I mean, there's 59 guys still alive on the map.
Yeah, not too surprising. You might see a team go out early on, but this hard shift is going to make things a little more interesting. That eastern side of that circle is going to be dicey. It is very exposed. Those chopsticks that I was talking about in the southeastern part of the circle are going to be very valuable for a while. That compound that Top Esports has as well can be very powerful to try to control some of that situation if you can catch some of those teams in transition. Unique there is moving on up. They have the center position. They have Gatka, and that is definitely where you would like to be right now.
Good start for them as one of the members here from Elementrix is going to go down. Junior taken out here from the side by Entity Gaming from India. So getting on up there, Poopaman losing one of his allies so far.
Yeah, Entity got to be one of the favorites coming into this. 5th at the PMCO Fall Split Grand Final. So they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. TQ still trying to hold down the northern part of the chopsticks, and now Box has moved up and over after dusting No Rage. They are coming in, and those grenades, they can funnel into this circle pretty nicely, and it does a bit of damage there to Marco and Axial. They aren't down, but they are weakened. So if you can get these grenades to roll in on right, you can start getting some knocks and potentially try to push up over that hill. Some counter grenades coming through, though, getting Box to back off, getting them to move their vehicles back, trying to keep them safe, trying to keep them out of grenade range.
Yeah, very curious to see how Box is going to attack that position, but once again, over to Gonzo here, who is going way up towards that northwest position. Doesn't look like he has too many friendlies with him. He's all alone up here, and he's getting shot. Not looking good for Gonzo.
Yeah, he's going to have to prone. He took a bit of damage, and he's trying to be the scout for his team, trying to find a way to get in on the western part of the circle, but he is going to find one knock there. It's going to be Zessie. Here comes a run over. Solke is down as well. Nicola pushing through here. He should be able to finish this off. No, he's getting backed up, taking a ton of damage. He gets knocked himself. From side, there is a lot of teams fighting over here. EGC from the south putting in a bunch of damage. A nice attempt here by Goskilla, but it goes sideways because of the angle that EGC has.
Yeah, I like the idea at first, but you can't do that when there's this many teams left available. I mean, you're going to be shot from multiple angles. That's exactly what happened there. But I do like their ability to get back up on their feet. Not going to go down without a fight rezzing in the smoke.
Wow, this is really aggressive stuff here from Goskilla. I might have been tempted to just back off of this one, but a really nice job by them to get the smokes down, cover the angle so EGC can't see them, and push on through. At least get into the circle for now. They really need to bust into this compound that the Japanese team has above them. ARW is only 3 strong, and it is the better position. If they can get up and in there, they should be safe-ish for a little while, and you can see they're trying to push up. That is going to be one knock. Mateo does get the knock and the flush on the Nicola, so now 3 is more shots coming in once again from EGC. You can see EGC just knows if they keep putting shots into this smoke, they can keep getting knocks.
Hey, take a look at the health bars there, as we will also take a look at the circle down towards the bottom side. Your chopsticks finally going to be pushed away from that circle, but still a decent amount of cover on the outsides. The middle, though, very field heavy. We'll see who is going to make that first play.
Yeah, and this really stinks here for Goskilla. You don't want to blow up these vehicles that early, but they have no choice. They need to make static cover because they're basically out of smokes. Would have been nice if they had some smokes to get up on top of the hill so they could have pushed onto AR, but now the circle has gone south like you were talking about. They're no longer in it. Box still in a fight, but now here comes RRQ Athena. There is tons of damage being done. Box is very, very weak. If that grenade is on the mark, that could be some more. Yes, that is going to be one down. Another knock. This is a great push from RRQ Athena. All right, D2E, he does get knocked himself. Senior and Ernie trying to back him up, seeing if they can get the res. And Box, they do finish them off. A great push here by RRQ.
Yeah, D2E a little bit unlucky there with the weapon swap, but you do like to highlight that push. Fantastic timing there from RRQ, but now VIP in a bit of trouble, trying to fight them off top. Esports now actually being knocked a bunch.
What in the world? There are 4 teams here. Queso top, VIP, Red Cannons, all here, all fighting for this position. Of course, it is an amazing spot in the circle, and it is on the southeast part where so many teams were. VIP is in here. Tons of damage being done. They do get the knock on 2 members. Oh my gosh, everybody is taking everybody down. This is absolute chaos. The Cannons so far are holding out the best.
Yeah, looking pretty good for them as Elementrix trying to make their way now into the mix. Taking out a bunch of the low members. Maxon gonna go down.
Yeah, okay, EX comes through here. They do find themselves, despite losing Junior early, because they found the benefit of being the late party to this massive, massive fight. Ooh, but Ben V has a smoke down. This could be tricky. Does he know that Dragon is in front of him there? Excuse me, Dragny, and I don't know. Ben V's just waiting. He's got some heals. He should be maybe doing one more bandage there to see if he can get a little bit more health going, and he hasn't moved. I'm not sure if the members of Elementrix know he's there. The smoke is there, so I assume they suspect something could still be up. You can see they're being very patient about this.
Yeah, very slow trying to get on top of Ben V here. Not going to let this one go down. They're not going to let any of their members go down when it's 3-on-1. They do also have to deal with TQ and Top Esports over there. Team Queso trying to take down Kisker by himself in the building.
All right, still, okay, finally Ben V is cleared out of there, and we are going to see another circle. It goes way up north, so Gonzo has found his way somehow into the middle of this circle in all of this chaos for Goskilla, the last surviving member for them. And right next to that, so it's going to give away his position a bit. Queso's going to do some running and gunning, because they're going to try to find a way up and into this circle early, which is, again, another field finish here, Valdez. And, oh, yep, there's Top Esports down. So maybe your favorite coming into this one goes down very early in 10th place.
10th place is going to be way earlier than we expected for Top Esports. But Team Queso, look at the guts on them, just making a mad dash into the middle of the field. They find one rock. They have a couple of vehicles. If they can set up a little box there, they're going to be A-okay to move into the final rounds.
All right, C9, 4 strong, unique up on the side there. Zute gonna have to push through, got that micro Uzi. There's 4 in this building. The circle making its way towards them. They have a little bit of time, but it's going to be a fight between them and the Russian team, Team Unique. As the Unique Kitsune is gonna get knocked here by Uneven. Uneven's coming through that circle once again right behind them. Old Boy does just opt to go for the res. Some grenades coming up and over. Seeing if they can find some more damage in there. And there is going to be Pyrrha getting taken down here by Rogue. So he gets flushed out, and C9 is looking a little out of sorts now, but now they've got Unique dead to rights. 3 are stuck behind this corner. There is only 1 member left. Yasha has pushed out far ahead, but a grenade or something. Yes, indeed, a grenade from Yasha. Can Yasha do this? Yes, indeed. It looks like Yasha is going to pick himself up some big kills and keep Unique's hopes alive.
That is just unbelievable, especially because he kept one of his allies alive with him, it looked like there towards the end. Might have died as he was knocked, but an incredible play going over to the side of Team Unique.
Man, this is awesome. We get to see these prone players with these DPs just outdueling everybody. In the back end, Queso is going down, so that's a bit disappointing for them. They still had 4 strong, looking like they were going to try to take an aggressive early center circle, but sometimes that doesn't pay off in these field circles. It's really hard because a bunch of teams come up behind you and just kind of, there isn't a lot of cover to work with. Fox from Evos is in the smoke with 4 members of EGC who have fanned out along the western edge.
We weren't sure exactly what to expect from this Korean squad EGC, but they have shown a very strategic, fun style here. I did curse one of them as Foxy is going to take out that first knock here in the middle.
Yeah, and then Foxy goes down himself. Now we're finding another, oh my goodness. We're going over to these. This has been back and forth, back and forth. Anybody who seems to go center circle is not faring very well for it. Foxy's trying to crawl away, seeing if he can get anything going because EGC is opting to go for the revive. Ooh, a grenade right in the front of this. Almost gets B-side there. And you can see back behind them, there is 1 member left. That love in there from the football team.
Take a look here at RRQ. We haven't seen them too much after their earlier success. Looks like they're 3 strong as EGC, kind of a questionable decision not to shoot him on his way out, as Foxy was going for getting rezzed here. He is now by Hizra, and they're in the smoke, so Evo's not out of this one just yet. Great position in the circle.
How is Gonzo still doing this? Like, people have to know he's there. That buggy is a clear dead giveaway that somebody is sitting in that spot, but nobody's been able to push through. Again, field circles make it hard to move forward. Evos, Foxy, you're right. They didn't punish this. They are potentially going to get the revive here if there aren't any more grenades. Bear does have that AWM available, that ghillie suit, so he's going to be even harder to spot. As, yep, well, there's that revive. Idra is able to come back, teammate back. So I think that is a bit of a misplay here by EGC. Definitely should have been able to finish and capitalize on that. You can see Lovazin is in the back once again. All right, here we go, RRQ. It is going to be G9 finding B-side. So now EGC might be paying a little bit. They tried to flank out wide, and it's going to be RRQ who's going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, EGC definitely an interesting kind of set of plays, and RRQ taking advantage of that right now, and even Ghost Skill. Gonzo is just racking up the kills for his team in the middle, as you did mention him. Finally, Yasha looks like is going to be taken out nearly. Does get knocked there by Ernie on this side of the map.
Yeah, Ernie will be finishing him off, and Unique Yasha with a nice job keeping his team alive, getting a 6th place finish, eking out as many points as he can. Finally, Lovezin is found out there, so Footballist, they are going to be taken down, and Ernie's just spraying through whatever. He knows there's quite a few players still alive in this lobby, so there's going to be a lot of snakes in the grass. No reason not to see if he can find anything for his team. Bear has some bandages left, but he is just opting to stand still because if you do the bandage animation, you might get spotted out as you're moving around.
Yeah, he's the only one left available for EGC as well, so he can't really afford to get spotted out here. He's just going to play it extremely passively, try to get, 4th or 3rd place in this one, not necessarily going for the kills, so we'll see what he can do. Finally going to use that bandage here.
There he goes. Yeah, now he feels safe enough to try to pull it off, and probably should be okay. Ernie's crawling up and forward, so this one's going to be a bit slow now because we're waiting for the circle to close, and then all these players trying to just find any kind of bush or tall grass to put themselves down in. See, Bear is now crawling forward. He's got Gonzo up there. Is Gonzo going to continue to just defend the center position circle very, very well? Fox takes a bit of damage. I think Bear might have found him out. Yes, indeed. Bear with a really nice shot with that AWM. He can't get that last shot to go, and he doesn't quite finish that kill onto Foxy. So that's a bit. It was a really nice shot to begin with, but now Bear's going to get taken down by Gonzo.
He does end up getting Fox in the end, but that was damn close. Really had a hard time finishing him off there, so makes it a lot harder here for Evos, who only has Hezra all alone on the west side of this circle.
All right, there is Poople Man crawling through, surviving for Elementrix. Gonzo is a one-man wrecking crew. Finally, because he has to stand up to pick up that kill, gets found out by Ernie. Ernie's going to pick up one more. Can he get another? Poople Man stands up. Poople Man gets right back down, knowing full well that that cannot go well. Ernie goes down, and that is a big win for Elementrix.
Yeah, you take a look. They did not have that many kills, but the way they played it out, got to really hand it to them. We weren't talking about them too much, but just waited for the exact right moments to pop up and punish RRQ, punish EGC, and all these other teams that were left available. So props to them. Didn't get a lot of kills, but they will be up there on the rankings.
Yeah, I think regardless for RRQ, a nice round. 2nd place, 8 kills, exactly probably how they wanted to start this one out. Again, it was disappointing for them at the fall split, Jason, so this is a nice little turnaround for them.
I mean, okay, let's talk about this really quickly. Elementrix finished 14th in the South Asia Regional Finals when it came to playing. Actually, they didn't even make it through, if I'm not mistaken, over to the actual main part of it. But either way, they got no chicken dinners, and they're able to get one here today. I don't know what the hell they've changed within their roster, what the hell they've changed within their gameplay, but they've been able to do it. RRQ Athena, you talked about them a little bit. They weren't able to get any chicken dinners either when it came to the global finals. And they came so close to doing it just here right now. But go Skilla, I mean Gonzo. How does a man like him stay alive for so long in the center of the circle with the buggy right next to him? I'm at a loss of words of how that can happen.
I'm really surprised. Nobody just would think to, let's just throw a random grenade at him, see what happens. Maybe we'll get lucky. You have to think somebody's there. One way or another, that buggy is just a dead giveaway, but nobody would. I think the bigger problem was that when you're in these field circles, you have to get prone pretty fast. So, yeah, you know he's there, but the angles aren't great. It's a pretty far distance. There is some undulation in the hills in the field, so you might not have the best of angles at him, and he might be the furthest person away from you. You're more worried about what's going on the sides.
Absolutely, definitely. Exactly right. As we are going to take a look at some of the flashbacks here from round 1. Anything that you personally enjoyed, Jason?
Well, obviously the start with the car kill. I love seeing GSK roll up here, go Skilla to try to force this fight, and they get completely punished for it. I find that's kind of funny. Obviously, history favors the bold, right? But that did not work out for them whatsoever. I think the best moment for me, though, the highlight of that match was Foxy and his great escape. Because he had 4 members of EGC around him, sitting inside of a smoke. He downs one, they downed him, But then what does he do? He doesn't sit in the smoke. He actually moves into another smoke, but they don't see him do that. He actually, like, somehow threads the needle in the timing and gets through. It gets into that smoke. They even nade the first smoke trying to take him down, and then he passes over to his teammate through the open field and gets away with it. Eventually they did die, but it was so funny to see him be able to escape that kind of situation.
That's probably one of the craziest escapes I've ever seen. I thought the guy was dead to rights. I kind of wrote him off. I was just like, well, he's dead. That's it. He's done. Good job, good job by our Korean team. But then they didn't capitalize on it. Like you said, they missed the grenade. They weren't able to finish it, and therefore it became a little more challenging for them. They tried to flank out. They get caught by RRQ, and yeah, they had, I think, 8 kills, I believe, for 10 kills. 10 kill points there for EGC. So not a bad round at all. Definitely, a respectable start.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty even there at the top of the table from those top 5 teams, I'd say. Then it goes down to single digits. Cloud9 hanging on, as well as Team Unique. If you guys do remember, both Cloud9 and Team Unique went head-to-head.
Yeah.
In a pretty fiery firefight there. It was a big one that Team Unique did come out ahead on, but Cloud9 picking up some more kills in that exchange.
I can't believe Yasha pulls off the 1v2 of this entire team down next to him. Like, to be able to keep the composure and come out big when it mattered. One thing I do want to say while we have EGC on the screen here with the 10 kills, they had 10 kills in one match, right? Over the course of the global finals, they played out 16 matches. They got 39 kills.
Wow.
They just got a fourth of their kills in one match compared to the 16 they played in the global finals. This might be a new EGC, and I'm glad to know Easy Game Chicken is their name as well. We didn't know that back then, but now we know. That's what's important.
You can't expect, to hold down the Koreans for very long. Eventually, they just kind of figure things out. Once they put their minds to something, they tend to get pretty good at it. We'll see, though. You never know. It could have just been, one of those games. Everybody has a good game now and then. And I'm definitely going to be watching them going forward.
I mean, we also had a massive 4-team bloodbath, right, at the 2 compounds. We had, Top Esports, Red Candidates, we had VIP and Elementrix, like, all clashing at the exact same time. I don't think we saw action like that from so many different teams at one time, and I'm kind of funny to see Pmsc clog up the chances for our QFC to take home their chicken dinner for the first one in what seems like ages.
Oh, it went right down the toilet for a lot of those teams, but not Elementrix.
And Mr. Hoju, like, he was, like, the star for them. Well, I say star. I think he had, 34 in kills overall for the team, or 37th, I should say, at 5. Like, that's kind of how well, or I should say not well, they did when it came to the South Asia Regional Finals for PMCO. So it's really important to see them, like, keep grinding it out, right? Obviously, with 2020 coming around with $5 million on the line, every team wants to be a part of that, of the pro leagues. They want to be able to get into that, maybe get into the World League as well. And it's good to see, they've been able to continue to focus, continue to improve their own gameplay and get further.
Taking a look here at Goskilla, our team from Kazakhstan. It was really all the Gonzo show. Besides that, it was their big, aggressive push into that comp.
But we had them as like one of the dark horses, and they finished around like 7th place, and they needed to get top 5 to make it through. They actually got sneak out under by Orange Esports at the time, another Southeast Asia team. All right, if you're gonna do this, you're gonna play the camera. You got to step up when it comes to it.
Yeah, we'll see if Evos can find, not a bad round for them by any stretch of the imagination. Let's see if they can find a little bit more success and not have to rely on a great escape to potentially find a better result.
Yeah, there's a couple of like storylines I'm looking at, right? You have Cloud9, Zute coming in for Perkasas. He's from Omen Elite originally, from North American team. They did not make it through the prelims into the global finals, unfortunately. They seemed decent actually for the most part. They were kind of like riding the edge of the circles, really far back. Them and Red Candidates. And then they kind of came in and then lost in that firefight up against Team Unique, which I think honestly should never really happen. I feel like they had full control of that situation, and it was a shame they weren't able to pick up more of those kills. And then another team with like a substitution, I don't know what you want to call it, Top Esports with Love coming in instead of Years. Years was like the second top fragger for the team when it came to the global finals. It was him and Eagle, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Years. He was 6 in kills at 24. Eagle was 3rd at 31, and 6 in damage overall at 5,200. it wasn't the team we expected coming into the global finals because they had a couple of players playing in another tournament because they kind of have a couple of teams within the actual organization of Top Esports. But they struggled now. They struggled in their very first game. Game 1 in global finals, they came out swinging. They came out with a really strong start, finishing second. But when there's only 4 matches to be played, and this is the number 2 team in the world, you cannot afford to have a bad game.
Well, it was definitely a tough situation for them, and game number 2 is getting ready pretty soon. I will say I'll give Top Esports a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here because they did run into a funky situation where 4 teams rolled up on the same set of compounds at the same time. That's incredibly difficult to manage for any good team. It doesn't matter how good you are. So I can't say anything for sure yet, but yeah, it's not what they wanted, of course.
They need more of these. More of these bad boys. I think I actually might try to steal mine and take it home. I'm kind of sad, though. I'm not wearing the one I had earlier on in the day when we were trying them on.
I told you to keep it on.
Because it was up to here.
Yeah.
And
it's like the kid size.
I'm pretty sure I have vital organs here as well that I need to cover. So luckily we got one of these on us. But yeah, so obviously a lot of a mix-up between the teams. We saw a lot of teams do well in the global finals, not perform too well when it came here. RRQ Athena, we touched on them a little bit. Good to see them play second. This is a team that got really frustrated at themselves when it came to global finals. Being one of the teams from Southeast Asia, being the team that qualified straight through as well to global finals, they were really feeling the pressure and really upset at themselves. And then day 3, they snapped back. They looked like a completely different team. I'm happy to see them performing well in the first match of the day.
I mean, they were definitely, I remember just casting them last year with you, Paper Thin, and they were the team that really blew our minds rather, and just made it seem like, oh, these guys are playing another level of PUBG Mobile. I think a lot of the other good teams now have reached near their level, and maybe they're getting a little bit frustrated, but that team is obviously top 3, I'd say at least, even down to the wire there. You could see Ernie. Unfortunately, I was watching his cam there. He was the second team to go down. He was the last person left, and he was reloading, but the circle was closing in too fast, and he was prone, so he got actually really close to having a chance against Elementrix. But that team, all 4 of them are aces, and they're all really good.
And he's actually the newest addition to the roster. I say newest. He didn't play here last year for the Pmsc Global. So it's kind of nice to see them be able to come in, bring in some new players, and just like what we saw earlier, Saeed, coming in. We see these individuals have some standout games. Jonathan, I know we didn't get to see much of Entity, and I promise you, Jonathan is an amazing player. His team did not do.
We're all waiting
for
for that one, Jason.
It'll come, I swear. They finished 6th, but he was the only one in the top 5 of overall fraggers of the tournament. He's a massive player, and I think he's 16 years old as well. He's super young, so he has I think a lot of potential still to come up. And obviously, being the only team from India, they're used to being in the shadow of Team Solo, of Mortal or Fnatic with Scout, or even Orange Rock, who they didn't really make it too far, unfortunately. They've had some roster switches. So I feel as you guys mentioned before, being only one team from each region or from each country, that's a lot of extra pressure on you. And Entity, unfortunately, didn't live up to it, at least in that last game.
Yeah, Entity, of course, Top Esports from China. Some of the big names that we were thinking about coming in here are not representing so far. And then, countries like Kazakhstan are having a guy solo play and be a hero for them and put them a little bit on the map here to start out with, at least. I mean, and that's what you want to see. You need somebody to kind of get that momentum going. You need somebody to fire your team up, do some incredible stuff like that. Really, really can set the tempo for the rest of the tournament.
I think teams like Cloud9 in particular, for Beowulf, who's leading the team, it was really important for them to realize in the global finals, playing for placements isn't going to win you games. I mean, obviously it's not going to win you games, but it's also not going to get you through into the next stages. And I think we saw them try to be a little bit more aggressive, again, adapting their style, coming in from just a week's time and bringing in a new player. But it's really important to see which teams are putting in the work with $5 million on the line next year, with the pro leagues, with the qualifications that all go into that. Every team, every player is gunning for those positions, and I like to see teams put in the work.
It was very obvious that they did as well, and you were talking about this Paper Thin, but teams coming from all around the world, and some of the unknowns, or rather unexpected teams, having a pretty good shot here in the first match, as well as some of the teams we did expect to show up coming on in here. So good start for those teams, as we're almost ready to jump onto Vikendi again.
Yeah, well, you want to have a good start. or a good end of the year, excuse me, and that leads into a good start of 2020, and that's, a lot of these teams are looking for that. Like, we don't have the top team from the fall split, so all these teams are looking to kind of rebound and regather themselves and get ready for the next year.
I think Bigatron are taking a well-deserved vacation right now. I think they took home $220,000 from the finals. They took home 40 grand from chicken dinners alone. That's how insane it was. Yeah, it was some ridiculous stuff. I might be a little bit off in that number. It should be around there, though.
They had four
ridiculous
chicken
amount.
dinners, I believe.
They had more than 4. 100%.
In the grand finals or throughout the whole event?
The grand finals.
Okay.
Anyways, they took home a
They
lot
had
of money.
3 in a row at one point, I remember that.
Maybe it was like 205. Maybe I'm forgetting my numbers because I had a lot of PUBG Mobile action happening over the last few weeks. But yeah, I'm curious to see which teams will rise up to be able to compete against them. Top. Talk about pressure. This is a team who plays second. They have a lot of expectations on them and a lot of pressure from China as a region. I know we talked to some other teams, Victory 5 during the prelims, and they said they felt the pressure 100%. But you know what? Things are heating up, but also cooling down here in the venue as we're going over to Vikendi for our last match of the day. It's Group B, and it's brought to you by Valdez and Paper Thin.
Aw, we get to sponsor things.
Aw.
Vikendi! This was a fun one last time. Let's see if this one kind of pops off again, and the plane is going to start basically the same plane, except it's starting over the winery and going to Trevno this time instead of the other way around. So we'll see if the circle wants to do something similar. I kind of doubt we're going to have another brutal southwest circle. All of our circles so far have been southwest. Let's see if we can roll the dice a little bit here, Valdez, and get something a little different going. I want a little variety in my PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I mean, I know Southwest sauce is a good sauce at Subway, and the airline is pretty good too. But I'd like to see something else here on this map as well. I'm 100% with you, and again, we have to wait and see like which one of these storylines is going to come true. Can Elementrix with the famous Poopa Man come in here and pick up another win on top of a lot of the kills that they kind of missed out on in the first map, even though they did get the chicken dinner? Or, well, speaking of which, we are going to have a bit of a...
Oh, Beowulf.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got to be pretty careful. Now, they could opt to try to go back for it. They're not going to. I figured once, you basically get one shot at that with the UAZ. It's not very fast. The turn radius isn't great on it. So you get one chance to try to run him over. But if your opponent has cover, they can pretty well avoid that disaster for themselves. So Beowulf, he's out. He's good. Everything's fine here. And Elementrix heads west.
Yeah, I gotta hand it to Beowulf, not crumbling under the pressure there and just saying, no, I know exactly how to play against this UAZ. A lot of other players might just tense up and not make the right play, but in the end, did the right thing. So we talked about circles. Let's see what is going to come in here. It looks like kind of in the middle here, Paper Thin.
Yeah, pretty much middle. So it's a little bit weird for some of the teams that are on the east side or the northeast side. The first team to get to Mount Kresnik is probably going to be a little bit happy early on. They can get some information there. Kind of almost plays a bit like the mountain that's southeast of Georgia Pole in a way. So you can get some information up there, and there's actually loot up on there, which is where it's a little different from the mountain southeast of Georgia Pole. And it looks like maybe Entity Gaming might have the ability to come in through there. It's open right now. See if anybody wants to rush on down there, try to get on in. But mostly it's a pretty fair circle. So this time, I feel like, and maybe I'll jinx it here, but for sure, this might be one of those ones where you have 12 teams around circle 6, 7, and then things get real bloody real fast.
We did see a bit of that even on Erangel, with the interesting circles we had mostly on the west side, but then once it did go to phase 4, phase 5, it was just bouncing back and forth. It was like a madhouse over there on that map. So we'll see what the map decides to give to these teams, but I feel like the international teams overall are not going to be gunning right to the middle as we saw a bit from the MENA teams in the first couple of games.
Yeah, and you can see things are a little more level here with the international teams. The level of play is much higher and much more even, as a lot of these teams have been duking it out over the course of the year, trying to make their way into the split finals and win all that prize money. But this is coming through on that snowmobile, which is a dangerous vehicle as things goes on. Early on, not so bad. but my goodness, later on, I do not like that thing. It is slow and it is exposed, so avoid that late game at all costs, ladies and gentlemen. It is not good.
Absolutely. As we're taking a look here at ETG Entity Gaming, we know that Jason was calling them out there in between games. This is a team we do want to keep our eye on here, especially for map number 2 on Vikendi. Over towards Cosmodrome, it did look like there to start us off, so we'll be towards the northeast side of the circle.
Yeah, ETG. We'll see. They're definitely a favored team, of course. I mean, there's any team that I feel like got 10th place or better at the fall split grand finals is definitely in the running here. They're definitely good enough to compete. The point spread after you got below Bigatron tightened up pretty well in those top 10s. So there's a lot of room to maneuver, and that might be a kill here for Rogue. He's gonna leap over that wall. Looks like he was able to catch Eagle, who was trying to bomb into this compound. That is another devastating loss for Top Esports.
That's a mistake you do not want to make early on, just losing one of your guys as he is out scouting. The rest of Top Esports is going to run with their tail between their legs and say, we will come back to fight another day. But we've seen so many firefights, 4-on-3, teams that push extremely aggressively once you get that first knock, and that's going to be TES.
But the role is doing the recon safely, getting ahead of the rest of your team safely. In this case, I just assume Eagle thought that was safe, and for whatever reason, he just didn't have the right information. They didn't scout properly or something like that, and he gets caught out, and that's really not what you would expect from this Chinese team.
For sure, and we're taking another look here at Box Gaming. They are just camping it up right in the middle there, trying to loot whatever they can in that one compound, but not the greatest performance in map number 1, even though they did talk a lot of trash, talking about how you should be scared of their team. We'll see if they can bring it home for Vietnam this time around.
Yeah, they've got that nice center circle location, as does EGC from Korea. We saw them have a very good round for themselves. They're very centered up here, and the first circle, though, doesn't matter too much. They can very much bounce around like we were talking about. It's like a little kid in a bouncy house.
Yep.
Just left, right, on your head, on your back. Doesn't matter where you go. And eventually it'll find a home, but starting out center is nice, but it doesn't always mean that that's where things are going to go. The Red Cannons watching, member of Unique go by. Ooh, they're going to find the knock on the headshot there onto Rogue. So Rogue gets a kill, but then gets found out. Can they get the revive here? He's got a rock to work with, or are the Red Cannons going to pounce on top of this? No, it is going to be Rogue, who does get confirmed by Marco.
That's a rough spot. Once again, just trying to drive on through, but getting sniped out there with the headshot by Red Cannons. We didn't see Red Cannons all too much in game number 1, but it's either getting aggressive, they're shooting at all the cars, and now they're pushing on in to try to clean it up, what they started.
Yeah, they don't want Unique anywhere around this. Maxon does trade 1-for-1 here with Unique. Natowski coming around with his own Micro Uzi, trying to see if he can get inside the house. He catches the backside of Old Boy. Old Boy comes around and gets another knock for himself, but he does end up getting found out. A dangerous push here for the Red Cannons, and they have one member. Now they have one member standing as Box is now getting in on this action, so some early hyper-aggression from these teams.
So many teams just heard the action, and they're like, okay, let's get in there, pick off some kills. If you can just get a couple of free kills from outside when you're not even fully committing, essentially for free, that is the money right there. And we saw a lot of teams, they heard the shots fired, and they wanted to get in on the action. A lot of teams picking up kills in there, but no team specifically going down.
Keep in mind, Kitsune did get away from this fight for Unique, and this is not, once again, how this Russian team wanted to start this. We said at the beginning, they're considered probably the strongest team in Europe. Oh boy, careful. It's okay. just moving them around a little bit, just using those tires to push them up and in there, and they're going to be able to get Max, and it looks like, I'm a little shocked here that Box maybe didn't think about trying to push down that hill, but maybe they didn't feel like it was worth getting a little over-aggressive, and in fact, there's no rage coming up on the backside of them, so I think that might be a wise decision for now.
Yeah, it's a good idea. As I was talking about before, snipe out a couple of kills, but you don't have to fully commit, and that's exactly what they did go for here as Ga and everybody on the side of Box are fully capable and alive right now, looking for a couple of kills now onto No Rage that is in that compound.
Yeah, and you can see this is exactly why Box didn't decide to push on down on the Cannons, despite knowing full well that the Cannons got very beat up in that fight with Unique. So they had to play defense, because if they moved forward, then potentially No Rage comes up behind them, and it just turns into this, this cannibalistic fight where each team is just jumping on the backside of the other. And the Cannons, I quickly saw one of their members had a ton of heals and utility, so they should be pretty all right. Kind of get things up and running again. Queso, saw them moving around a lot, but didn't get a ton of kills in that last game, and they can rotate well, but they got to find a way to pick up some kill points along the way. As we talked about, those are oh so precious in this format. And Loki shooting some SLRs up on top of that rock, and not really doing too much. He's got to be careful, because eventually the Cannons and No Rage are going to be able to see him up there.
Yeah, it's kind of a triangle of fighting going on between these three teams as we return to Top Esports, our Chinese favorite team, and they have been struggling so far. 0 kills after the early death by their teammate, and looks like they're going to be banking it on just trying to stay alive for as long as possible and not really taking those firefights early on.
Yeah, they're going for more of an edge position. They haven't crossed the river yet, but they could if they want to. Pretty soon, I think they're just going to wait for this circle to show itself, then start making their way in. Football East is on their west. They're up by Mount Kresnik. They're the ones who kind of decide to opt to go for that. But, oh, this is what I'm talking about. You got to be careful. Loki gets spotted out. Now, should maybe be able to get that res there. Nice shooting by Billy. And, yes, indeed. But that's not what you want, because each time you get knocked, of course, you die faster, and that's not the greatest. It's one notch in the belt there for him. Try and recover from that, and that's why you got to be real careful up on those high ground positions. Yes, it's amazing. You can see a lot, but that also means that a lot of people can see you.
Yeah, it can be rough. Great shot. You really got to hand it to Billy, as you were talking about. It's not really a big mistake that Loki did make, just a bit of a firefight that he did end up losing. So might think twice about going toe-to-toe with Billy the second time around, as we do have that circle closing on in. Very close to seeing what the next one will be.
Yep, we're just looking at Elementrix, of course, our Game 1 Chicken Dinner winners, who are looking to repeat if possible. Crates are coming down, one on the west side, one kind of more centrally located. We're going a little bit north, a bit of a hard shift here on this second circle, but most of the team's already in this, so this one could be, we'll see if anybody wants to try to push towards Villa, where Kitsune is. He's all alone, the last surviving member of Unique. And otherwise, things might be a little quiet. There is that Almond there. We saw, I believe it was Bear, who was doing some work with that last time. Wasn't able to get a confirmed kill with it, but got a couple big knocks. That, of course, that's what you want out of that AWM. Get that early knock and set your team up for those team fights.
Well, we're moving over here as teams are beginning to just sidle on over towards the middle of that circle. Red Cannons, they're getting a lot of screen time this time around, as in the game 1 they did not quite get that. Maxin already 1 kill, looking to lock down Team Box Gaming.
Well, yep, the Cannons and RRQ and No Rage, Box, all are kind of in the middle of this. Evo's up here as well. So this is kind of where, if there's going to be any action, this might be the area where it happens. Otherwise, not much going on. Potentially Entity Gaming might run into Football East, but I don't think so. I think Football East is they're pretty tight right now, and Entity's wrapping around the north of them on Mount Kresnik, and so things are going to slow up a little bit here. There isn't much that's going to, that teams are going to want to risk here until they see that third circle, maybe even the fourth circle, is when really you can start kind of more predicting where the next circle is going, or at least try to get center so you give yourself a statistically better advantage in terms of catching those next circles.
Now we're taking a look here at Elementrix. It looks like just chilling there at the top of the hill for now, but have to make some moves, as we saw them kind of edge playing the first time around, maybe a little bit more aggressive here. C9 uneven, taking a look at him, and as I say that, Elementrix making their move, and they're not wasting any time.
All right, so they've decided that they want to get ahead of this situation, and they are going to bomb on over the Tovac and take up the southwestern side of this. They're uncontested so far. Got to be careful on those snowmobiles, of course. But right now, nobody's really over there to take advantage of this, and they're just going to rock right on. No fear here. They're just like, yep, good enough. Let's get more center. Let's try and see if we can replicate our success from the first game. But they want this spot that Box is already set up on. This could be dangerous for both of these teams.
Yeah, great timing by elementrix to make their play in here. Now, they've got Box a little bit split up, but are they going to have enough time, and can they afford to be aggressive enough to try to pick one by one off? Looks like for now, Orange getting in the vehicle once again, so perhaps considering it here.
Yeah, I don't know if they've caught any members of Box in their sights. Like, have they seen anybody? Do they know that Box is here yet? It's hard to say for sure. They're just setting up these UAZs in the safest places they can, like I talked about earlier. You want to keep those vehicles from getting their tires shot out and all those other kind of things. And Poo Poo Man probably saw C9 up there on the hill, so he's just going to stay prone, keep C9 from getting an angle onto him, and just keep the information available for his team so they can try to make the best decision they can going into the next circle. As we're just biding our time, this one takes a little bit to close on up here, and right now, Junior throws some Molotovs, but he hasn't caught anybody. Okay, he's going to come around the corner. He takes some damage. Can he outduel? Yes, indeed. He is going to find Guh. And but now Louis is coming up to give him some help with that silenced micro Uzi. Is Orange going to be able to come in and kind of return the favor? But Junior does get killed, eliminated. So that's one member down here for elementrix.
Yeah, I like the original aggressive play, but it looks like he didn't really know that the enemy was there in the player from Box. So now he goes down. The rest of his teammates are like, come on, mate, we weren't ready for that one. And you were talking about it before. Did they even know that the enemy was nearby? Seems like the answer was no.
Yeah, or at least didn't expect them to be in that tunnel necessarily. And the grenades are too little too late. You can easily back off around that corner so you can't bounce a grenade around there. So Box doing all right for themselves with 3 kills so far. They've been in the thick of it a little bit, as much as you can be in the thick of it so far in this game. And that's what you need. You need all these points you can get trying to get to that finals. Remember, only 8 teams out of our 16 are going to make it there. And in this group especially, you really want to be one of the 8 teams because you got to feel good about your chances if you can make it to that final day.
Yeah, Box once again picking up 3 kills early. I believe they did a similar thing in map number 1. So once you get a couple of kills under your belt, you really don't have to rush things. You can take angles and play positionally, and I'm glad to see that they're doing exactly that so far.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Box here. We're seeing some of our teams that maybe we thought were underdogs performing well. Box, elementrix. So that's cool to see. Now can we see some of our superstars step up is Top Esports. You know, again, they lost another member early on here. They're 3 strong now. Everybody's just kind of positioning themselves, getting ready for these tighter circles when things get really, really intense. But there's still a ton of compounds, a ton of real estate inside of this circle. So there isn't going to be much action to be found, most likely. You're just kind of inching forward, trying to jockey for position a little bit, seeing if you can dislodge somebody from a rotation route, maybe. Exactly what I'm talking about here. ETG, they're like, nope, we can't do this right now, so they're just going to back off. Bye-bye.
See you later. And I like it. You know, they didn't overcommit. They're just sending out probes, not getting anyone knocked or killed, and having to commit to a fight or anything like that. They do regroup. They find a different compound, and they're just going to chill out there for now.
Yeah, what's funny about all of this is Kitsune is kind of somewhere around all of this between ETG and EGC, and he's just by himself outside of the villa just waiting. And okay, Box does decide to leave Tovac and leave elementrix to their own devices. Red Cannons aren't really able to make them pay too much for that. Now they're taking some damage. Now Louis, it's actually going to be C9's Beowulf who's going to find him. Now Maxon's seeing if he can find the foot onto Louis. Louis is able to get just far enough around that corner. Smokes are going to come down, trying to get Maxon up and running again. And we'll see if he is indeed able to do that. Comes out the window, meets his friend, and I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah, getting a good angle here and just making sure they have cover. So Doesn't look like Louis is going to take too much damage at the end of it. Crate nearby, it seems like towards the east side of the new circle, but very out in the open, so might be a rough one for any of these teams to make a play at.
Yeah, curious to see if RRQ wants to try to make a play at that. Here comes Goskilla, who had a very nice round in the back of, the one guy, the one man who was left Yasha for Unique was over there. He went against Cloud9, but Goskilla, that was a different situation for them. And that was Gonzo, who is also not my favorite Muppet. I was going to say that, and then I was like, nope, that's not true. Favorite Muppet, Valdez.
Yeah, I like the Grouch.
The Grouch.
Yeah, he's a good one for me.
The Grouch.
He's very realistic.
Who's the one
Big fan.
And I can't even remember the name of my favorite. The one that plays the piano.
The Count?
No. Muppets. No, you're thinking of Sesame Street.
Oh, okay.
No. The one with the big floppy ears.
From Sesame Street? Might be.
I think
not sure.
Well, there's like some crossover there. Like Kermit's in both, and like, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever. The one that plays the piano, I can't remember. I like him. Or the doctors. Beaker and Bunsen.
Yeah.
They're awesome. Anyway. Top Esports along the river, moving along the side here. They're going to try to get, I'm curious to see how they want to approach this circle. There is that bridge over there. The red cannons are going to be waiting in the compound that is to the west, and we have found it thanks to our hero, Jason. It is Ralph. That's right, Ralph the dog. That is it. Thank you, Jason. You're my hero. He's pretty awesome. I like to, music as a kid, so.
Yeah. Big fan myself. As Goskilla in a bit of trouble, has teams ahead of them, behind them. Not much cover as well around these tents.
Yeah, there just isn't a lot going on over here for Goskilla. The tents are nice. They block bullets. You would think in theory that cloth shouldn't block bullets, but hey, maybe it's Kevlar tents.
There you go.
Yeah, let's go with that. Those aren't a thing, but now they are, I say. And the circle hard shifts down to the southwest. So C9 liking this. Elementrix once again having a good time with the circle. The Japanese team, ARW, very happy about this as well. I want to keep my eyes on Box because there are a ton of teams on the northeast part of this circle, and Box is the lone team up on the northeast part of the circle that is still in. So they have a lot of defense to potentially play.
Some teams happy with the circle, just going to lock it down. You can see no raids once. Immediately taking advantage of Evos, making that rotation towards the circle here.
He didn't really get much damage down in there. It looked like he had the potential to maybe get one or two members of Evos in transition. Here goes RRQ, right out and ahead of all of this. They are the first ones to make the rotation out of all these northeast teams. They might be the beneficiary of all of that. And they do find themselves a compound. Take some damage along the way, but that's okay. Somehow Kitsune is up and through here as well. This guy is just finding incredible ways to survive. We haven't even lost a team yet, Valdez, and he's doing everything he can to, fight and claw his way through. But a lot of people are going to be setting up inside of Tovach. There are a ton of compounds available. But if I'm one of these teams, I'm really looking to get the northwest part of Tovach, because the circle's most likely going to bounce that way outside of the city. That's the most likely, and therefore you can play gatekeeper there. You get all the information on the outside. Usually you want to be on the edges of the cities if possible.
Take a look at VIP just holding down the mountain. We've seen some teams do that well, others not so much. Top Esports, rough position here, being shelled from, it looks like, multiple different angles, and now they have to get inside the circle, but a knock to start us off.
All right, that is going to be one down. There's other battles starting to rage out. So I was saying this circle tightens up. There were too many outside of it, and they've got to get in. Top Esports is taking a bunch of damage from the circle. They've got the US. I don't know if they have enough time to get in here. They are very, very hurt. I'm not sure. This is going to, yes, indeed, they are going to find death. They cannot get through. Footballist is eliminated in the back of all this as well, and you can see Tovach is full of a ton of teams. EGC somehow going down as well. So a lot of teams are finding their fate now as the circle is going to go middle. C9, once again, is the beneficiary.
As you were talking about, so many teams over there by Tovach now butting heads. 13 teams left, and we are here at one of the end circles. Not much time for either, or any rather, of these teams to make a big play just yet. But VIP, I like their position up on the mountain. Going to be inside the circle. Let's hope they don't get sniped down.
I like VIP's position. I like RRQ's position. RRQ set up exactly what I was talking about. On the northwest part of Tovac in a 2-2 split, they are going to be able to, if they're able to execute properly, really make the teams that are having to rotate outside of Tovac pay. VIP looking to put some shots down with that G36 Yakuza, trying to get a few dings in. Nothing really catching for him. Trying to put that fishing rod out, but no bites. Here we go. Back to Goskilla. Gonzo, can he do it again? It's going to be him against Elementrix potentially, or, you know, Hyozu might just let him go by, but Orange is up here. He's going to try to cook a grenade, see if he can bounce it down the stairs. Maybe. This could be good, but no, he's going to put it back in his pocket. Nobody was coming up. He didn't hear the footsteps, so he's thinking, nope, don't want to do that.
Yeah, it's the best way to do it, guys, for you guys at home wondering. Just cook the grenade, you can put it away. I was able to do exactly that, but he still is in a kind of rough spot here on top of this building. Good scouting, though, at the end of it all. He's going to be able to hear exactly where that team does end up going. Go Skilla in the middle of this town.
All right, Red Cannons were just a bit outside of the circle. Now, this compound that they're moving up towards now is going to be inside of the next circle just a bit, but most likely it is not going to stay that way. So for now, they're just trying to set up, keep themselves alive, see if they can outlast some of these other teams, try and get a better placement point for themselves. You can see Go went down for Box there. He got knocked. And will the confirm... Oh, Box is taking some damage here. Marco as well gets knocked. So Evos is putting the hurt onto the Vietnamese team. And you've got VIP up here lobbing some Molotovs. And this is looking very difficult for Box now. Haiku has that Car 98, seeing if you can find some damage. Sai spraying in, and that is going to be Evo's very, very beat up. Skyzy goes down, and what a bad situation for them in Box to be in. And here we go. The battle finally between Go Skilla and Elementrix. Elementrix 2 go down in the fight. It's just Poo Poo Man left. Poo Poo Man is out. He's going up the stairs. He's not really interested in this battle. At this point now, Poo Poo Man needs to be the solo hero for Elementrix.
Yeah, I don't mind his position. He's going to be able to just back away. It would have been real bad if he got knocked down as well there and taken away. But the circle closing in, making a push out here. Looks like one of these teams towards the left side of this wall as Goskilla still in a okay spot, as you see. But the circle now is going to be the real killer for this team.
Yeah, everybody in Tovac this is what happens when you go into cities. A lot of times the circle leaves you, and then you are in a world of trouble. Team Queso doing a good job. They maneuver into the center of the circle. We saw this last time, but they weren't able to defend it. VIP up on the high ground, doing a great job punishing all these other teams that cross their sight lines. Ben V, some more shots from up there. I gotta wonder how much darn ammo they have, because they are just shooting at everything. And there is RRQ right below them. So Ben V probably knows that. He's got to be really, really careful. He's just trying to see if he can pick up a few kills onto No Rage, the German team from up here. But again, VIP still in the circle. They've got to worry about Box coming up behind them. And there you go. No Rage has nothing but a blown-up Dacia to work with.
And actually, it's not that bad. It's giving them a lot of cover for now, but they do have to move in towards that circle. You were talking about the 7th circle and 11 teams left available here on the map. So everybody's desperately trying to hold on to their positions on this Vikendi, where it can be so rough to get aggressive into these compounds.
Yeah, the Cannons are trying to be patient and waiting for the teams that have to cross in front of them to get into the next circle to do so, seeing if they can pick up some kill points. It's going to be really challenging for them to get into the next circle, so I think this is a smart play. Set up on the edge of the city and just go for any of the points you can possibly get. A decent grenade attempt there by Poo Poo Man. That almost catches a member of Goskilla. He's going to start healing up. Here we go. Goskilla coming on through. They are in that house, but they are very, very weak. No Rage is getting beat up by VIP up on the mountain, and RRQ as well. So RRQ even gets an angle on them now to make matters worse for them. Put some salt in the wound. No Rage is going to go down. And this is getting really, really dicey on the southeast corner. So many teams down here, and the blue is just going to chunk them through.
I'm a big fan of RRQ's position right now. They cover their flank. They pick up a bunch of kills, 7 total now. They move up the hill into the circle, and now they're going to pick up even more.
Yeah, this is great play by RRQ. Patient, disciplined play is going to pay off for them. Ernie on the back flank, though, he is able to cover it, but he is going to get high cool, but Ben V is actually going to find Ernie. So, bit of damage traded between those two teams. Let's see if they can find the res. You can see Seniors just shooting up and over, trying to protect their teammates as they get the smokes down, looking to try to find the revives, but Ben V not real interested in letting that happen. Unique is down in the background as well. So a lot of teams falling down. The Canids fall to the blue. There was nothing they could do. They were completely boxed out. That mountain just covers everything with VIP and RRQ up there.
Oh, C9 trying to make a play through the smoke. They're gonna make a run for it, but so many members getting knocked out there. A couple, and the car is gonna blow up. That is not what you wanted to see for C9.
What incredible shooting by Axial. He rips 2 members right out of that vehicle. Back over to Ben V, who's got the high ground on top of RRQ. RRQ just trying to see if they can get that revive once again. Ben V doing a great job, but now here comes the Japan squad. The all rejection team is up here and trying to get up and over, and oh no, RRQ getting flanked by Team Queso as well. So many smokes having to be used. They've still got a little utility in the bag there. Now Ben V is in a bit of a trouble. Last member left there for VIP, trying to hold this angle, but man, this is going to be so tough. ARW, if they play this right, should just be able to swamp him out.
They have the best position right now, even better than RRQ, and I'm even at a loss for how they made it up there, but Ben V gonna take one with him at least. Will be taken out here at the end, but he gets the kill onto Lapis, so probably the best he could have gotten in that position.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting 1 kill there is fantastic, but now ARW's got to duke it out with RRQ. Crazy Gory's going to go down. We've got a couple members from each team going down here. It's going to be DG98. He goes down. Ayala trying to up and over with a grenade from Team Queso. They're trying to third party this fight. Senior is knocked here. Some damage being done. Ayala pushing forward, knowing full well that he's got RRQ on the run, but AR is behind him as well. He didn't really realize it, and that is going to be it. Wow, Queso able to push up and over at the right time, catch a bunch of teams fighting on top of the mountain to come out with that chicken dinner.
That was a very interesting ending there. We really were not sure who was going to come out ahead as the #1 team, but I have to say, it felt like Team Queso was last on my list, and boy, did they prove me wrong, taking out lots of big names there to pick up the chicken dinner here in match 2.
Well, able to do something they couldn't do in the first game, aggressively move center circle around 6 or 7, I can't remember exactly which, and hold it, and then find the right time to get some kills. And Jason, look who's second.
Who's second?
RRQ.
Forever the bridesmaid, never the bride, I guess, for them. I will say this, though. My entire note sheet from that last game was about Team Queso. They played so far out of the circle every single time because they knew how slow Vikendi will play. They know it's going to take a long time for teams to start to go down. It's going to come down to the 7th, 8th zones when we start to really narrow it down. And then around zone 7, 8, placement points. They finished 8th in map #1. And now they're able to come out with the chicken dinner. That almost guarantees them a spot into the top 8.
Yeah, and it's a great thing that you mentioned, because you might think, hey, a team that's playing way outside and not really interacting with teams, probably not going to have that many kills. Maybe this isn't, the best format for them to do that strategy. But no, Team Queso at the end of it had 8 kills, which is that's nothing to shake a stick at. I mean, that's a really healthy amount of eliminations here, as well as picking up that chicken dinner. So Team Queso really got to shout them out. Great play.
I mean, it's about the mindset of the tournament, right? We talked about, playing for placements only won't win you games. It won't win you, tournaments. But what it will do is it'll guarantee you a top 8 position into the, the final day, where you actually make it through to the finals. You start to get some money built up for yourself. I think it's really important. I mean, we saw Cloud9 do something a little bit similar. They played a little bit slower as well, except their bombardment into the actual zone, or into the actual center, didn't work out as well for them. They lost out on 2 players. Again, top falling out really early. Well, I think they're around 13th, 14th place. This is a team who, finished second in the PMCO Global Finals, and yet they have not performed so far, and now only have 2 matches left to do it with.
I mean, they're struggling. They got to come into tomorrow just absolutely guns blazing. They have to really take a couple of big games to really guarantee themselves one of those 8th place spots. It's really shocking to see them be this disorganized. I wouldn't think just switching out one member is necessarily the main culprit, but it could be. I don't know. I don't feel like it is, but
I want to call them very similar to like Team Seoul, who have like really slow starts in tournaments, and then they start to ramp it up as the days go on. The problem is there's only 4 matches in total, so having a bad start to the tournament means you're going to have a bad tournament overall. But you can see there the rankings from that last round. Queso taking home the chicken dinner and 28 points in total. RRQ, I mean, these are 2 teams we've been, well, at least RRQ have been performing very consistently so far.
yeah, I think that's kind of something you would expect out of this team, especially with that disappointing finish. They're looking to come out here, they basically guaranteed themselves a spot in that top 8. I don't think there's any way they don't make it to the grand finals at this point. A nice round by All Rejection Gaming, who, just they did something similar to Queso, right? They came in a little bit later, and they were able to get those placement points. They get 5 kill points. They're not able to execute it as well as Queso, but not bad.
They finished 14th in the global finals with 0 chicken dinners, 61 placement points, 36 kills, which means 97 total points overall. Honestly, I would say the performance in that match alone was better than the performance over the entirety of the global finals.
Yeah, so gotta shout them out. They do pretty well here. As you can see, the number 1 placement, though, is going to RRQ Athena, even though they did not win any chicken dinners here. They got 2nd place, I believe, both times, or second and third, and a whole buttload of kills alongside of that.
I'm just going to jump in really quickly. 6 teams out of the top 8, by the way, who played in the global finals, whether it was the actual global finals or the prelims, are currently not going to be qualifying through to the finals. That's ridiculous. That's insane stuff.
6 points for top esports. 6. That is abysmal. That is absolutely abysmal. I mean, I'm blown away that they're struggling this much. They look completely out of sorts.
I did build them up, right? I did talk about this player in particular, Entity, in 13th place. Come on, boys. Come on. I know you guys can do better than this. I know Footballist as well. We've seen some signs of life out of them, but it's been some rough time for some teams. But luckily for them, they still have day 2 to come up. There'll be 2 more matches played for both these 2 groups. In the meantime, though, we're going to head back to the stage to talk to, I'm assuming, RRQ Athena.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are here right now. As you can see it, winner chicken dinner with RRQ Athena right here. Managed to make it in Group B. So, team leader and everybody here, congratulations, that's for sure. Let's hear it, everybody. أهل الرياض عطونا صوت. Amazing stuff happening here. So, how do you feel right now managing to make it in the leaderboard here in Group B?
ความรู้สึกอย่างไรนะคะเป็นลีดเดอร์ค่ะ
รู้สึกดีใจกับทุกคนดีใจที่เราสามารถทำคะแนนออกมาได้ดี ได้เป็นที่ 1ของตารางในวันแรกครับ แล้วเรารู้สึกผ่อนคลายในการเล่นพรุ่งนี้ครับ แล้วเราก็คิดว่าเราจะเล่นในฉบับของเราในวันพรุ่งนี้ให้ดียิ่งกว่าวันนี้ครับ
He's really happy about the score that the result that he made, and he's looking forward to the other games too.
Amazing stuff. Let's see what other members have to say. So, how do you feel?
ความรู้สึกอย่างไรนะคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่วันนี้ทำผลงานออกมาได้ดี แต่ว่าก็มีติดขัดนิดหน่อยครับ แต่ว่าก็ถือว่าดีแล้วครับ ดีใจกับเพื่อนๆทั้ง3 คนครับ
Oh, he's really happy, and he's also happy about his friends too. But there are some skills that he needs to fix. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sure you're going to do even better next time, that's for sure. Yes, sir. What about you? How do you feel? You actually made it. Good. That's good. That's good. Keeping it simple. That's very good. What about you? How do you feel?
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับผมที่ทำคะแนนได้ดีในวันแรกมันก็จะทำให้ผ่อนคลายในการเล่นวันที่2มากขึ้นครับ
He's really happy, but he wanted to like improve in the second round, the second match, the next match.
All right, great. And again, Ya Ahl Riyadh, make some noise! Amazing stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. First round, we saw some surprises, but in the second round, Team RRQ actually managed to make it all the way right here, becoming in first place in Group B. So that's pretty much it for day one. Amazing stuff happening here. One more time, let's hear it for RRQ Athena! Beautiful stuff taking place right here. Congratulations, team. Congratulations. That is for day one. Can't wait to see what you're going to do in day two. Right here at PUBG Mobile Star Challenge World Cup 2019, Riyadh.
Yeah.